Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
Just business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I made from the state, so if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to an ET, want to go to a Y. You just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
Many Nigerians are displaying talents in different corners that rub off on Nigerian positively. As we mark Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, let us look at indigenous firms and individuals that need government support to drive the message of nation branding. In the strategic position of Africa lies Nigeria. When the map of Africa is juxtaposed with the structure of a gun, Nigeria is placed in the trigger position. Is this divine? Perhaps. Again, Nigeria, with over 200 million people with about $400 billion gross domestic product GDP, has enormous resources and talents, much of which are yet to be tapped. In today's news talk, as we celebrated our independence anniversary, we thank God for His mercies. I am Bayo Olaoye. Indeed, many amazing Nigerians within the country are in the diaspora, and several local firms are pushing the frontiers, flagging Nigeria's flag in spite of socio-economic and economic challenges. Those who have elevated their skills are undeniably rewriting the poorly told narrative of the country through their talents, investments, and innovations. Nigerians are really displaying their talents in various fields, from sports to music, literature, fintech, fashion, startups, agriculture, entertainment, and industries. These individuals and industries have impacted the nation as they have become ambassadors of the Nigerian spirit, embodying resilience, creativity, and a drive to succeed against all odds. Today, we celebrate them. For instance, in sports, many individuals like Kanu Wako, J.J. Okocha, Daniel Omakochi, Victor Osimhen, Chioma Ajunwa, Blessing Okagboe, Mary Iyali Omagbemi, Asisat Oshuala, Tobi Amusa, Emmanuel Amunike, and many more are flying the Nigerian flag high. They have become inspiration to Nigerian youth with their immense contributions to Nigerian sporting landscape. Many youths want to be like the achievers, but they are constrained by infrastructure for training, funding, exposure, and mentorship. In recent years, Nigeria has emerged as a key player in Africa's booming tech scene, which Lagos often described as the Silicon Valley of Africa. Startups like Flutterwave, Paystack, and Andela have not only garnered international attention, but have also provided a platform for young developers, engineers, and entrepreneurs to showcase their skills. Yet, for every success story, there are countless others whose ideas never see the light of day due to lack of funding or access to global markets. The entertainment industry, which emerged without much government support, is another successful story that government needs to leverage to enhance Nigerian brand. The Nollywood industry, said to be worth $10 billion, and which is promoting the Nigerian culture and image, can grow further with government assistance. Like the fashion industry, local companies favorably competing with multinationals with the array of products. Local companies like Rita Foods, Emzo in the pharmaceutical sector, Innocent Motors in auto industries, Abashu Factory, Kanu Leather, and other hubs have put Nigeria on the global map, proving that Nigeria has the entrepreneurial zeal and creativity to compete with multinationals on international space. But in many instances, some of these startups and established ones which can push Nigeria brand with their ideas are choked with unnecessary taxations, regulations, poor infrastructure, poor electricity system, and policy reversals that create burden on them, thereby hindering them from more employment and global competition. Sometimes, regulatory authorities wait on the sidelines for any shop to be open to tax them without considering their status. These local companies have entered the space dominated by multinationals and having over 3,000 employees, apart from indirect employees. These local companies are pushing the products for Nigeria, exhibiting our Nigerianness. It is interesting how Right Foods, a local firm, is favorably competing with multinationals with its array of products. With the importance of the private sector in unlocking the full potentials of Nigeria economy, generate employment, feed Nigerians, and calm tensions of agitations and insecurity, the players in the private sector need support in promoting Nigerian innovations and Nigerianness instead of stifling them. Government can support the private sector, especially the startups, with tax rebates. The Nigerian brand should be robust, rugged, attractive, and reputable. I am Bayo Olawi.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is born in Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart parts of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economy.
Yes. As I address it today, I am deeply aware of the struggles many of you face in these challenging times. Our administration knows that many of you struggle with rising costs and the search for meaningful employment. I want to assure you that your voices are heard. As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs, and we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Exactly 64 years ago, our founding fathers chose democracy as a form of government and launched the dream of a great country that would lead the rest of Africa out of poverty, ignorance, and underdevelopment. A beacon of hope for the rest of Africa and the world. Over 6 decades later, we can look back and Nigerians worldwide can see how well we have succeeded in realizing the lofty dream of our founding fathers. The world is witnessing and benefiting from the can-do spirit of Nigerian people, our massive intellectual capacity, and our enterprise and industry in all vocations, from art to science, technology to infrastructure. The dreams that our founding fathers envisaged are still work in progress. Every day, we put our hands on the plow, determined to do a better job of it. While it is tempting to focus on what has been left undone and where we have stumbled as a nation, we must never lose sight of how far we have come in forging and holding our country together. Since independence, our nation has survived many crises and upheavals that led to the dissolution and disintegration of many other nations worldwide. 6 years after independence, our country descended into a political crisis that led to a bitter and unavoidable civil war. Since returning from the brink of that darkest moment, we have learned to embrace our diversity and manage our differences better as we continue to work towards engendering a more perfect union. Despite the many challenges that buffeted our country, we remain a strong, united, and viable sovereign nation. Dear compatriots, our independence anniversary gave us another chance to reflect on how far we have gone in our journey to nation building and to renew our commitment to building a better nation that will serve present and future generations of Nigerians. While we celebrate the progress we have made, as people in the last 64 years, we must also recognize some of our missed opportunities and mistakes of the past. if we are to become one of the greatest nations on earth, as God has destined us to be. Our mistake must not be follow into the future. My administration took over leadership of our country 16 months ago at a critical juncture. The economy faced many headwinds and our physical security highly impaired. We found ourselves at a distant crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse. We decided to reform our political economy and defense architecture. On the security front, I am happy to announce to you, my compatriots, that our administration is winning the war on terror and banditry. Our target is to eliminate all threats of Boko Haram, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and the scourge of all forms of violent extremism. Within 1 year, our government has eliminated many Boko Haram and bandit commanders faster than ever. As of the last count, over 300 Boko Haram and bandit commanders have been eliminated by our gallant troops in the northeast, northwest, and some other part of the country. We have restored peace to hundreds of communities in the north, and thousands of our people have been able to return home. It is an unfinished business, I agree, which our security agencies are committed to ending as quickly as possible. As soon as we can restore peace to many communities in the troubled part of the north, our farmers can return to their farms. We expect to see a leap in food production and a downward spiral in food costs. I promise you, we shall not falter on this. Our government has been responding to the recent natural disasters, particularly the flooding in the part of the country. After Vice President Kashim Shettima visited Maiduguri, I also visited to assure our people that this federal government will always stand with our people in their times of trouble. At the last meeting of the Federal Executive Council, we approved a disaster relief fund to mobilize private and public sector funds to help us respond faster to emergencies. Our government has also ordered integrity tests of our dams in the country to avert future disasters. The economy is undergoing the necessary reforms and retooling to serve us better and more sustainably. If we do not correct the physical misalignment that led to the current economic downturn, our country will face an uncertain future and the peril of unimaginable consequences. Thanks to the reform, our country attracted foreign direct investment worth more than $30 billion in the last year. Fellow compatriots, our administration is committed to free enterprises, free entry, and free exit in investment while maintaining the sanctity and efficacy of our regulatory processes. This principle guides the divestment transaction in our upstream sector, where we are committed to changing the fortune positively. As such, ExxonMobil surplus divestment We received ministerial approval in a matter of days, having been concluded by the regulator, NUPRC, in line with the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA. This was done in the same manner as other qualified divestment approved in the sector. The move will create vibrancy and increase oil and gas production positively, impacting our economy. The more disciplined approach adopted by the central bank to monetary policy management has ensured stability and predictability in our foreign exchange market. We inherited a reserve of over 33 billion 16 months ago. Since then, we have paid back the inherited forex backlog of 7 billion. We have cleared the ways and means debt of over 30 trillion naira. We have reduced the debt service ratio from 97% to 68%. Despite all this, we have managed to keep our foreign reserve at 37 billion. We continue to meet all our obligations and pay our bills. We are moving ahead with our fiscal policy reforms. We stimulate our productive capacity and create more jobs and prosperity. The Federal Executive Council approved the Economic Stabilization Bill, which will now be transmitted to the National Assembly. This transformative bill will make our business environment more friendly, stimulate investment, and reduce the tax burden on businesses and workers once they are passed into law. As part of our efforts to re-engineer our political economy, we are resolute in our determination to implement the Supreme Court judgment on the financial autonomy of local governments. The central concern of our people today is the high cost of living, especially food costs. This concern is shared by many around the globe as prices and the cost of living continue to rise worldwide. My fellow Nigerians, please be assured that we are implementing many measures to reduce the cost of living at home. I commend the governors, particularly in Kebbi, Niger, Jigawa, Kwara, Nasarawa, and other Southwest governors that have embraced our agricultural production program. I urge other states to join the federal government in investing in mechanized farming. We are playing our part by supplying fertilizer and making tractors and other farm equipment available. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved establishing a local assembly plant for 2,000 John Deere tractors, combine harvesters, disc riders, bottom plows, and other farm equipment. The plant has a completion time of 6 months. Our energy transition program is on course. We are expanding the adoption of the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas for mass transit with private sector players. The federal government is ready to assist the 36 states and FCT in acquiring CNG buses for cheaper public transportation. Fellow Nigerians, While we are working to stabilize the economy and secure the country, we also seek to foster national unity and build social harmony and cohesion. Our economy can only thrive when there is peace. As we work to overcome the challenges of the day, we remain mindful of next generation as we seek to galvanize their creative energy towards a better future. We lead today with the future we wish to bequeath to our children in focus, recognizing that we cannot design a future that belongs to them without making them its architects. Considering this, I am pleased to announce the gathering of a national youth conference. This conference will be a platform to address the diverse challenges and opportunities confronting our young people, who constitute more than 60% of our population. It will provoke meaningful dialogue and empower our young people to participate actively in nation building by ensuring that their voices are heard in shaping the policies that impact their lives. We are creating a pathway for a brighter tomorrow. The 30-day confab will unite young people nationwide to collaboratively develop solutions to issues such as education, employment, innovation, security, and social justice. The modality of this confab and selection of delegates will be designed in close consultation with our young people through their representatives. Through this confab, it will be our job as leaders to ensure that their aspirations are at the heart of the conference deliberations. The government will thoroughly consider and implement the recommendations and outcomes from this forum as we remain resolute in our mission to build a more inclusive, prosperous, and united Nigeria. Our government is implementing several other youth-centric programs to give our young people an advantage in rapid changing world. We are implementing, among others, the 3 million technical program of the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, aimed at building Nigeria's technical talent backbone. We have also enthusiastically implemented the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, which provides cheap loans to our students to pursue their tertiary educational dream. In addition, later this month, we shall launch the Renewable Hope Labor Employment and Empowerment, the LEAP. It is conceived as a comprehensive suite of interventions and job creation by Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment that is aimed at facilitating the creation of 2.5 million jobs directly and indirectly on an annual incremental basis, while simultaneously ensuring the welfare and safety of workers across the country, as is the tradition. The government will soon announce all the beneficiaries of our national honors for 2024. The Senate President and the Chief Justice of the Federation have been conferred with the honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. the Deputy Senate President, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives have honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, while the Deputy Speaker of the House has been awarded Commander of the Order of Niger, CON. Fellow Nigerians, better days are ahead of us. The challenge of the moment must always make us believe in ourselves. We are Nigerians, resilient and tenacious. We always prevail and rise above our circumstances. I urge you to believe in our nation's promise. The road ahead may be challenging, but we will forge a path towards a brighter future with your support. Together, we will cultivate a Nigeria that reflects the aspiration of all its citizens, a nation that resonates with pride, dignity, and shared success. As agents of change, we can shape our destiny and build a brighter future by ourselves, for ourselves, and future generations. Please join us and join our administration in this journey towards a brighter future. Let us work together to build a greater Nigeria where every citizen can access opportunities and every child can grow up with hope and promise. May God continue to bless our nation and keep members of our armed forces safe. Happy Independence Anniversary, fellow Nigerians.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Nigeria stands as one of Africa's most resourceful nations, blessed with vast oil resources that have significantly changed its economy for decades. However, this dependence on oil has come at a cost, especially when it comes to the broader diversification of the economy. One of the most critical sectors that have been neglected in the rush for petroleum wealth is agriculture, a sector that holds immense potential for addressing food security issues and driving sustainable economic growth. As global dynamics shift and oil prices remain volatile, the need for Nigeria to leverage its oil revenues to boost other key sectors, particularly agriculture, has never been made more urgent. While the world is moving towards renewable energy sources, a gradual decline in global oil demand, Nigeria must now focus on reinvesting its oil wealth into sectors that promise long-term stability. This is the basis of our news talk for today. Agriculture, with its potential to generate employment, enhance food security, and promote rural development, is a logical and vital area of focus. Today's news talk is exploring how Nigeria can effectively use its oil revenues to transform the agricultural sector, addressing the issue of food security while laying the groundwork for a more resilient and diversified economy. Let us look back at the oil boom and its impact on the Nigerian economy. Since the discovery of oil in Oloibiri in 1956, Nigeria has become synonymous with oil production. The country's oil and gas sector accounts for around 90% of its export revenue, making it a vital part of the national economy. This dominance, however, has created a dangerous dependency leading to the underdevelopment of other sectors, particularly agriculture. Once the backbone of Nigeria's economy, agriculture has seen its contribution to gross domestic product (GDP) shrink from 56% in the 1960s to less than 25% today. The consequences for this shift are apparent. Despite its rich oil, favorable climate, and vast arable land, Nigeria has struggled with food insecurity, relying heavily on imports to meet the needs of its growing population. The country's reliance on oil revenue has also made it vulnerable to global oil price fluctuations. When oil prices crash, as seen in 2014 and again during the COVID-19 pandemic, Nigeria's economy suffered, leading to reduced government spending, increased unemployment, and economic hardship for millions. This boom and bust cycle highlights the need for a more diversified economy, one that weathers global shocks and provides sustainable growth. Nigeria's agricultural sector is a sleeping giant. With over 84 million hectares of arable land, abundant water resources, and a young and growing population, the country has the potential to become a major player in global food production. Yet, despite these challenges, agriculture still remains largely underdeveloped, plagued by low productivity, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to finance and modern technology. In contrast to the oil sector, agriculture has the potential to create widespread employment opportunities, particularly in rural areas where poverty rates are high. According to National Bureau of Statistics, agriculture employs around 35% of Nigeria's labor force. So with proper investment and support, this number could grow significantly. By investing oil revenue into agriculture, Nigeria can create millions of jobs, reduce poverty, and address the root causes of rural-urban migration. Moreover, agriculture is not just a domestic opportunity, it is a global one. With the world's expected population to reach 9.7 billion by 2050, the demand for food will only increase, offering Nigeria the chance to become a major food importer. This will not only boost foreign exchange earnings, but also reduce the country's reliance on oil exports, creating a more balanced and reliable and resilient economy. One of the biggest challenges facing Nigeria's agricultural sector is characterized by the fragmented value chains, with so many farmers unable to access the processing, marketing, and distribution networks needed to get their products to market. By investing in value chain development, the government can help farmers add value to their products, increase their incomes, and create more jobs in rural areas. This include supporting agro-processing industries, establishing cooperatives, and improving market access through better transport and logistics networks. While government investment is critical, the private sector also has a vital role to play in developing Nigeria's agricultural sector. The government can use oil revenue to create a more favorable business environment for private investors, offering incentives such as tax breaks, subsidies, and public-private partnership. As Nigeria continues to seek ways to diversify its economy and improve food security, there is need for proper infrastructural and research. Through this forward-thinking approach, Nigeria can transition from an oil-dependent economy to an agricultural powerhouse that leads the way in modern farming practices. I am Bayo Olaoye.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades. being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities is either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC (UTB) before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete, City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past President of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former President of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He has also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association (NECA), Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI), and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management (NIM). He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebode, Ogun State, Ikemba one of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and birdwatching. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless of course nations radically changed their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I always get what is due to me. And the little I make from the States, so if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii. We just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
A very good morning and happy independence. Thank you for joining us on the news here on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temitope Omole. Tinubu promises better days ahead as he has addressed Nigerians on the occasion of the nation's 64th independence. Speaking in a nationwide broadcast early this morning, President Tinubu assured Nigerians that better days are ahead as the policies being implemented by his administration are beginning to yield positive fruits. The president said the issue of insecurity is being dealt with as the Nigerian army is subduing Boko Haram insurgents. The president also announced the names of those to be conferred with national honors will be announced soon. Chief among them are the president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, Speaker House of Representatives, among others. President Bola Tinubu has sworn in Justice Kudirat Kekereekun as the 23rd Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN. Justice Kekereekun, the second female CJN in Nigeria's history, was confirmed by the Senate last Wednesday. During the ceremony held in Abuja, President Tinubu emphasized the judiciary's critical role in upholding Nigeria's constitutional democracy, pledging to maintain its independence. He highlighted the importance of ethical leadership in the judiciary, commending Kekereekun for her integrity and urging her to continue serving with honesty and courage. Tinubu also lauded the CJN's rise through the judicial ranks, as an inspiration to women and young girls. The ceremony was attended by top government officials, including the Senate President and former Chief Justices. Nigerian retirees will now enjoy a monthly pension increment of 32,000 naira following adjustments to the salary structures set by the government. This was disclosed in a memo by the National Salaries, Wages and Income Commission, NSIWC, signed by its chairman, Ekpo Unta. The increase affects retirees under the defined benefit scheme who worked in various sectors, including healthcare, education, law enforcement, and the armed forces. The adjustment comes after President Bola Tinubu signed the National Minimum Wage Amendment Act into law on July 29, 2024. The increase applies retroactively from that date. Retirees outside these salary structures are advised to apply to the NSIWC to determine their applicable pension increments. Mexico's President-elect Claudia Sheinbaum appointed Edgar Amador Zamora as Deputy Finance Minister on Tuesday, replacing Gabriel Uriel. The announcement comes just one day before Sheinbaum's official inauguration. Amador Zamora, a former finance chief of Mexico City, is expected to help guide Sheinbaum's administration in addressing economic challenges and advancing fiscal reforms. Tokyo stocks rose Tuesday, recovering some of the losses from the previous day's rout as the yen weakened against the dollar. The Nikkei climbed over 1% in early trading, pairing Monday's nearly 5% drop, as the yen pulled back against the dollar and gave exporters some much-needed relief. The yen slipped to 144 per dollar, having sat below 142 on Monday. The recovery came as Japanese business confidence remained positive in the third quarter, and the Federal Reserve boss Jerome Powell indicated the bank would keep cutting interest rates. However, investors are concerned that Japan's new Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba could unveil corporate tax hikes. Most Asian markets started the day on a positive note, following another record on Wall Street. However, Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Seoul were closed for holidays. The focus is now on Tokyo, with investors awaiting details on Ishiba's plans to boost the economy. And that's it on the news update for this morning here on SOUQ News Television. The early exchange comes up in a bit. My name is Temitope Omole. Have a good morning.
I wish to make our position plain beyond any matter of doubt as regards the African continent. We in Nigeria appreciate the advantages which the size of our country and of its population give us, but we have absolutely no aggressive intentions. We shall never impose ourselves upon any other country and shall treat every African territory, big or small, as our equal. because we honestly feel that it is only on that basis of equality that peace can be maintained in our continent.
Nigerians, please be assured that we are implementing many measures to reduce the cost of living at home. I commend the governors, particularly in Kebbi, Niger, Jigawa, Kwara, Nasarawa, and other Southwest governors that have embraced our agricultural production program. I urge other states to join the federal government in investing in mechanized farming. We are playing our part by supplying fertilizer and making tractors and other farm equipment available. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved establishing a local assembly plant for 2,000 John Deere tractors, combine harvesters, disc riders, bottom plows, and other farm equipment. The plant has a completion time of 6 months.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Mic check.
On the special edition of Early Exchange, it's the Independence edition. And I thank you so much for being a part of it. Happy 64th Independence Anniversary in Nigeria. This is a
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Well, Nigeria has clocked 64 today, and as usual, all of the ancillaries that go with the Independence Day celebration, starting off with a presidential broadcast to mark the Independence Day has kicked off, and we're expecting more in forms of march past and all of that. But then there are inherent problems, issues. A lot of Nigerians looked forward to probably a prize regime that would kick off today, but conspicuously, that was missing from the presidential broadcast speech delivered by President Suwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Notably, he talked about some of the policies enacted by his government, talked about his plans for Nigeria, which will pick up, in a few. But then let me let you know that in the studio with me is none other than a partner in shaping policy, and of course in the Nigerian spirit. I do have Best Blessing Ahichie for company this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, TC. Happy Independence Day, my fellow Nigerian.
Oh, we're getting old.
Yeah, 64. A 64-year-old man in Nigeria or today anywhere in the world will probably be a grandpa or getting ready to be one. So Nigeria is no longer a baby. Nigeria has come of age since 1960 when the country gained independence from Britain. And so far, there have been several challenges, but there have also been successes for Nigeria. Besides, Nigeria holds lots of prospects, being that Nigeria is a country blessed with abundant natural resources, TC. Now, when you think about the natural resources that Nigeria is endowed with, you can't but feel this, pride that, oh yes, we have arable land, we have solid minerals in abundance, we've got crude oil and so many other things, not to mention the talented citizens that Nigeria has and the youthful, strong, energetic population that the country has.
Well, we're looking forward to how we can tap from all of these resources, take advantage of the enormosity of resources that we have, to chart a new course, to get better, to develop. I mean, it's not something that will happen, quickly. It's not something
overnight.
It's going to take a process. But for you to, even get on the wheels to grind that process, there's a lot of things that a lot of school of thought believe that should be put in place. The kind of leadership, the willingness of the populace to also go in the direction steered by because you have some leader going in one direction and everyone feels, we're not in the right direction. That might upset the balance and, not all go well. But we do have a team of analysts, personnel who will be joining us on the program as we take a look at certain issues, in relation to the Independence Day. We're going to look at state creation, state police, calls for the review of the Constitution, and of course, there's been a clamor for a return to parliamentary democracy and the need for free and fair elections in Nigeria, which, if you had to consider the just concluded Edo State governorship election, I don't know what you would make out of it. I'm sure that's your home state. I'm certain about that. So I don't know I wouldn't want you to place your personal thoughts out now.
Okay, but I think that all of these issues you've highlighted are critical to Nigeria's progress, state creation. Some region have also be calling for the creation of an additional state to have that kind of balance, being that some region have like 6 or have some number of states. So they've been called for an additional state for the southeast eastern part of Nigeria. And even for local government within states, you also have that clamor. States police that you talked about, we've seen how the issue has gone from the debate at the National Assembly, the calls even by state governors, and then to elections.
Even the utter rejection by the College of Nigeria, Kunle Lawal. He's been on the show before, so he'll be joining us from Abuja this morning virtually. Good morning to you, Kunle Lawal.
Yeah.
I was just
Good
saying
morning.
salutations. Good morning to you, Kunle.
Good morning. Happy Independence Day, and it's a pleasure to be here.
All right, glad to have you. I don't know if you listened to the presidential speech. In as much as we didn't want to jump right into that right now, I want to start off from the angle of the various geopolitical zones that now have development commissions. Latest is the Southeast Development Commission. Akin to state creation, do you think some of these development commissions that have been set up would complement the need for state creation?
First and foremost, I need to critically state that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria does not recognize these regions. The regions are a contraption of political, how that with expediency, to try and create development across board. This is not to say that the Southeast doesn't deserve it, considering we have decided to break an anomaly which is totally off the Constitution with creating commissions per region. Now, the real question is, have these commissions been developmental? Now, to extend whether the commissions help improve state what they call it, creation. First and foremost, I think we've not managed the states we have presently. I do not support and do not think in any manner anything has helped to project state creation. For now, we even have redundant states. IGR of states are far below par. Take away the top 5 states performing. So it gives us a clear critical. If states are underperforming, why would we create more? Is the question I think everyone should be asking the federal government. If we continue at this rate, I would not be surprised if every street has a governor eventually in the next 50 years.
Okay, looking at the way state creation started in Nigeria, it began from regions. You had then different regions. It was more like a regional thing. And after some time, there began the creation of states. And then we had some number of states, 12, moved on to 19. And then we had like 21, it moved on. So it seemed like every head of state at a certain time added more states. The idea behind the 3 tiers of government that Nigeria currently operates, I believe, and so it is the way is to bring governments close to the people and to have government at every level that would trickle down development. Now, looking at it, Nigeria has 36 states currently, including if you add the federal capital territory, then would have like 37, but 36 states, and we have 774 local governments. In terms of governance, do you think the state structure have been able to deliver good governance to Nigeria, as would the regional system that was operated if we had continued with that?
First and foremost, the reason why regions were taken out of Nigeria, or the breakdown of the structure of governance in Nigeria were taken out, was post the 1966 Civil War, which people saw themselves more by regions, and those regions meant a more drive for ethnicity than becoming or uniting as a country. And that's why regions were taken out. And for the social structure of a country, I would never advise for region to be part of this conversation. Whenever people talk about state creation with bringing government closer to the people, the first question I always ask is, what's the use of local government? So I think we're more in love with the nomenclature of governor or having your own state than we are with development of the country entirely. With the present local government autonomy, local governments should and will be able to do more. I've always said that without local government in place, or an autonomous local government, democracy, it will not thrive. I've always put it forward that the first handshake of government to the people is local government. Now, in relation to state regions' performance against states, I think it's a no-brainer. States perform far well they've ensured, like you said, they've ensured, a deeper breakdown to towns that might have not been developed. Let's say without somewhere like, let's look at the South. Looking at somewhere like Asaba, if Asaba was not a state capital, I don't think Asaba would be exactly where it is. And same with Uyo, same with let's go up north, same with somewhere like Gusau, same with somewhere like the Jigawa state capital. And these things, yes, states have brought a little, but the highest corruption in Nigeria is actually at state level, not at local government or federal level. And these are things that have not been checked. Taxes from states are being manipulated by state governors, and the internal IGR have also been tampered with. So we will be discussing region versus states. Regions are so 1342, if I could explain that. Countries don't function in that kind of parameter again. I don't know why Nigeria is presently on a drive to go back to the 60s. It wasn't that things were good, the world was different then. So I will not support or compare at any level regions and states. Thank you.
Well, some of these states were created to appease political tensions, to, cater for ethnic interest. Now, do you think that creation of states have gone a long way in, some covering, or would I use the word now, balancing some of the inequalities that gave rise to them initially? Because we've seen, I think from 19, it's moved, and then we have 36 states, including the FCT. Yet there's still a clamor for more states. So state creation, do you think we can see an end to it? Don't you think there's going to always be a need for some people to want that autonomy, just like you have at community level, various communities wanting autonomy and all that? Do you think the state system adequately addresses the Nigerian situation, which is very unique, I must add?
I think that, and this is my crack-cut answer for this. I think that if local governments were more functional, we wouldn't have to bother about state creation. I think one of the biggest mistakes has been the deficiency in local governments, especially under democracy. Local governments were more functional under the military than they are under democracy. And I would say this is what brings the clamor for the need for more development. Like I said in my previous statement, as long as local government adequately catered for and ensured to thrive, we will continue to see the clamor. Now, state creation on its own will always be people's thirst for feeling marginalized in a democracy, and would want the dividends to hit a particular part at a time. But this also shows the dysfunction between the three levels of government. Let's be honest, the biggest problem local governments have had in Nigeria is the disconnect between it and the federal. Now, the state governments assume that the local governments are under them. They are not under them. They're a separate, entire tier of government, totally away from the conversation. So I think there will always be a clamor as long as there is no economic dividend or delivery of governance to the people. There will always be clamor for different changes, expansion on things. But I do not think that this would be healthy or would improve the growth of Nigeria as a country.
All right. Earlier, you mentioned that the state system doesn't look like, not using your words exactly, but it does suggest that you feel the state system has not really delivered on what it was supposed to deliver, being that some states are struggling with IGR. So what would you say fundamentally is the reason why some states barely exist? But for the monthly allocations from the federal government, some states will be non-existent. What could you say is the fundamental reason for this?
There are many reasons for this. The first and foremost would be a lot of things which are placed on the exclusive list of the non-exclusive list, the exclusive list and non-exclusive list of the National Assembly, which doesn't allow states mine or refine or deal with their own resources. I think that's the first biggest problem these state governments have, states' performance have. The second would be no initiative by government, that's state governments, no initiative by state governors to actually want to do anything different. The third would be the poor understanding of politics and how it works, and that will be on the people. That generally is on the citizens of the state. And then fourth will be, I don't know how governors have done it, but they've invented a system in which they've been able to trick the people that they do not look at governors or blame governors for anything. And this, I think that culture it was infused in us as regards the time we've had with the military. So I think that that particular deviation from demanding the dividends of democracy from governors has been a massive and huge problem. When you look at governors' inefficiencies, you look at governors states are actually in charge of secondary education that has failed. They are in charge of secondary healthcare that has failed. Nobody has called state governors out on that. It's always been, conversation has always been primary healthcare and federal. And I think that's where we tend to, and even as people within the media and CSOs and, generally we tend to play between local government and federal. And there's a vacuum that's left to demand what exactly states should produce, states should act. So most people don't want to, also Nigerians, most people don't want to state that or stay in a state and develop it. Most drive is towards urban city centers, which have already been developed by other governors who are probably performing or states that are performing. Now, I would like to clear an anomaly. There's the general assumption that the best performing states in Nigeria are some particular ones because of some particular amount of money they bring in as IGR. But if you juxtapose that against, let me give an example. Lagos is an example. If Lagos is bringing in about $500 million a month, you juxtapose that across Lagos estimated over 25 million, you start to ask the question, is Lagos really profitable? And then when you start to look at it like that from a business angle, you can start to query what exactly Lagos should be projecting. So Lagos even is performing far below par. If you juxtapose that with somewhere like Akwa Ibom, which has a general monthly revenue of about 250 million and a population less than 4 million. If you juxtapose that and cross-reference the GDP of someone living in Akwa Ibom, it means that Akwa Ibom is performing way above Lagos. And I think we in Nigeria try to ignore the actual math of it, and we look at the bulk of it. And I think the bulk of it doesn't necessarily translate how states have performed.
Okay, so if you look at it that way, now you're looking at population versus RGR to actually appraise a state. Are there other indices that could be used to appraise a state? Sometimes the focus is on the IGR. Could we look at certain other factors? Could you point us to that?
Yeah, yes. Like I made mention, this will sound like I'm supporting Akwa Ibom. But you now look at state-owned businesses. Akwa Ibom has an airline which is thriving and which works across Nigeria. Akwa Ibom has also been able to build, a gas plant, a state-private gas plant. And then you look at somewhere like Abia, who has decided, there was law that was passed in 2022, which allows states to generate their own electricity to a particular quota. Now I was thinking that the mega city will jump on this, but the mega city is far behind. Abia has gone far ahead. A state like Edo also is in public-private partnership to start its own refinery of about 10,000, 20,000 barrels. I think which should start early next year. So these states have been able to develop businesses that will thrive, which will earn its forex, etc. And a particular amount of money. Akwa Ibom has also developed a stadium which works fully infrastructure. Most people translate state development by, so I'm sorry to say, flyovers. And, people, when you go to a state like that, say Rivers, they'll say the former governor worked well because he put quite a lot of flyovers around the town, mitigating its natural beauty. Because if I remember while growing up, Rivers State used to be known as the Garden City. Now it's more, I think it could be called the Cement City. So this indices are thriving businesses, security within the state, general operation of the state, and most people just look at the money that comes in or whatever. Now I'll give you an example. Just imagine if other ports were open, like Calabar Port, the One Port in Rivers, the ports in Edo, and maybe Kogi State decides to dredge water towards that. Will Lagos make so much money from the ports again? I don't think it will, because the entire north will be moving in a direction. But other states have not been ingenious to employ this or to think about this or to fight for this. So I think that generally we are not in the business of governance to develop and raise a particular bar. We're in the business of governance to sit in a chair.
Well, I'd like to, move the conversation in another direction. Yes, we're talking about state, but then there's also been a back and forth, an argument of some sort about the need or not for state policing. While some school of thought believe that it will help reduce crime, better manage police funds and all that, some other persons who are against it believe that politicians might hijack the system. If it were state police, the governor who is assumed the chief security officer might now have access to using the state police against opponents and all that. And then the issue of the state police not synergizing with the federal police structure, all of those. But I'd want to pick ahead. I'd like to find out what your thoughts are on that, then probably we'll just, steer the conversation in that direction.
First and foremost, let me first place a premise before I say what I'm about to say. When you look at the way state governors have handled have handled local government elections, I think it's a no-brainer when you're going to bring up the matter of state police. Now, I don't understand, if you look at countries with a population above 100 million, each countries in that way have always started bases, local government police, state police, and federal police. The problem we have is that there's no local government police, and security according in the constitution is vested also in the local government chairman, who also is the chief security officer of his local government. Now, you do not build a house with the roof, which I will call federal police, and you now put in the doors, which you call state police, and there's no foundation, which is the ground, which you call local government police. So I disagree vehemently with state police, especially with the executive powers state governors have presently, the immunity clauses in which they have, the harassment in which it's possible. And for me, state governors have kidnapped, or what they call it, they've kidnapped the legislature. I don't know how they did that. Well, there's the quality of people we have in State House of Assemblies. They've kidnapped local governments. Still, it was freed by the federal governments right now, but I'm still thinking there's a little hold on it as long as they control the elections in the states. And right now, you want to grant them police. For me, that is recipe for a total, absolute dictatorship by state governors. So I do not agree with the system, and I do not even think state police is a sensible idea. Not at this time, not with this kind of politicians, and not without, most especially, a local government police. So if I were to advise, local government police comes first, then the state police can come, and then we can have a federal police.
But if you look at the local vigilantes, not for now called local police, we just have local vigilantes in several local governments in Nigeria. Some of them are funded and even organized by the state government. If there is no state police that acts as a coordinator over some of them, don't you think that the efficiency in security that Nigerians seek would not be achieved?
I need to clearly state this. It seems there's a very large anomaly in which people assume that the local government is under the state government. I need to rephrase this and declare this clearly. Constitutionally, local government is a separate tier of government. They do not need the state government for permission or access or any other thing. They can work together, but they are not.
Is that the reality currently in Nigeria? That the local governments are independent in terms of funds, infrastructure, and several other things, governance even. Is that the reality? That they are an independent tier of government?
Do we want to discuss reality, or do we want to discuss what the law of Nigeria is? The reality is a culture that is being created because everybody, including the media, do not know. So it means we should refer to that culture, which is totally wrong and totally an infringement on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
At this moment, is that an issue of ignorance, people not knowing, or people going with what they see and experience?
I'll give you an example. Sometime early in the time of Governor Sheyi Makinde, he sacked elected local government chairman, and the case was taken to court, and he lost. And it was clear that a governor cannot sack local government chairman. And Sheyi Makinde's answer was that governors had previously done it, and he thought it was the norm. But according to the law, it's not possible. It's just like a president saying he's sacking a governor. It's also not possible. So what the problem in Nigeria is that we've created a culture of what is totally deviant from what the law or the Constitution backs. So when in the case of you're talking local government vigilante sponsored by state governors, I believe that's still a foothold. And let me make something clear. There's no local government in Nigeria whose SOUQ allocation without IGR of LG is less than 300 million naira a month. I believe that with even 50 million given to a local government, it can at least get its own police force. 50 million per month deviated from that 300 million. So I state this again. No local government in Nigeria has a SOUQ allocation less than 300 million. So except that this money is being siphoned and being diverted, which is the reason why it doesn't get to ground, and it seems like local government are powerless. And the reason why governors look so powerful is because they have actually kidnapped the fund SOUQ allocations of local governments.
I'd like to also, move the conversation again. You've talked about the Constitution, and it feels like everything is just going back to it. State creation, state policing, local government, all back to the Constitution. Yes, there's been various revisions. There have been various metamorphoses of the Nigerian Constitution. And then even what we have as at 1999, we put as amended whenever, we're quoting the Constitution. What do you make out of the Constitution? Some persons believe that what we have now is outdated, and there's also a need for a holistic review. Some Constitution, not just an amendment, just like we had during the confab and all the reports. Go back to these things, look at the basics, and try to see if we can have a proper restructuring. So, what are the key areas you feel, we need to review the Constitution? That is, if you belong to that school of thought that the Constitution requires review.
First and foremost, I'd like to start off with this. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is not even followed in Nigeria up to 30%. Therein lies the problem. Secondly, we have a lackadaisical National Assembly. The average number of bills passed in a country as large as ours should be about 1,000 bills per 4 years. We barely make 90. I think the best performing National Assembly was the 8th Senate, and they hit about 100 bills. That is far below par, far below par. From 469 National Assembly members is far below par. Nigeria should be operating at least 1,000 bills. So those are the problems I agree that the Constitution, of course, was written in 1999. There are a lot of world changes that have happened. There are a lot of things that have gone on. And those things need to be readjusted, need to be reorganized. And yes, there's lots of that needs to be done. But we critically need to understand that the biggest problem in Nigeria is that, number one, the people who are in National Assembly, none of them know or understand the Constitution, first and foremost. Okay, let me not give a blanket statement. Let's say less than 10% of them understand that. Then secondly, if this Constitution is not even followed to 30%, what is the guarantee that if we sat down and created a new Constitution, it will even be followed to 15%? Therein lies the problem. So as long as the people of Nigeria, and what empowers the Constitution is the fact that the people of the country understand it. That's what gives the Constitution power. It's not the legal system. It's not the justice system. It's not the National Assembly. It's the people knowing the laws that they are to abide to. It's the people knowing exactly what the country is. That's where the Constitution derives its power. Because when everybody knows what the law is, you can't trump any case, or you can't create a misdemeanor in which you call Abuja a state, or you can't, you can't. There are things you can't do. But as long as that Constitution is not known by the people or the government, or followed to even 70%, at least at proper minimum, we are not discussing a constitution. We have, like I said, we've created a life and a culture outside the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and accepted that and called it Nigeria, and then mortgaged our responsibilities to the Constitution and blamed the Constitution for it.
All right. One of the reasons why some Nigerians have called for a review of the Constitution is the thought that the Constitution currently does not offer adequate representation for the interests of Nigerians. In the aspect of federalism, there is a thought that there is much emphasis on the federal government being superior, and there's so much emphasis on the federal government. Federalism. There is also that of the minority feeling that the Constitution as it is does not adequately represent the interest of minority, and there are other aspects to this. Now, what's your thought on the representation of the Nigerian Constitution as it is? Do you think there is some need, or there is a need for review of some of it?
Yes, I think there's a need for review, but what I don't understand is when people say a minority is not covered. The Constitution is for Nigerians. If you do not see yourself as a Nigerian, then it might not cover you. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. The Constitution is fair, but on every level, to every Nigerian. It does not selectively pick someone. And then as regards federal power, the truth is, as much as Nigeria thinks it's ready for restructuring, I'll give an example. How has it tried when parts have been broken down and handed over to state governors? I'll give you an example. Like with the Energy Act passed in 2022, it allows state governors to provide electricity to a particular level to their states. Only one state is using that particular law, or one state has made the law beneficial to its people, Abia. When you look at state governors and INEC restructuring local government elections so that state electoral commissions can conduct it. Show me a state that a party, and from Anambra where ABGA wins all the seats to Kwara where APC wins all the seats. Show me where there has been democracy or there has been a free, fair play. We've seen situations in, I think, was it Osun or Ondo, where other parties were not even allowed to participate in the local government elections. And all that was on the ballot was yes or no. That is totally destructive. So I don't think we're ready for the so-called restructuring that we want. Like I've said, state governors have kidnapped the legislature, they've kidnapped local governments, and if they kidnap anything else, it will turn them to emperors of state. So I don't think, and the Constitution is clear on such things, and the Constitution clearly separates such things. The Constitution even doesn't give power to state governors to conduct local government elections. That is still vested in INEC. So it's even a conflagration against the Constitution to have these things done. And the truth is, as much as people that have sworn federal power is more than this, what have they done with the actual state power which has been granted them? And I think we're more into arguing for the conversation that we are being disjointed than looking at the things we have refused to even engage, which already exist. This does not mean I do not believe in the review of the Constitution. I do, but I have a critical question. With what is already operational, what has been done? So you can't ask for more when you haven't actually done more.
All right. So I want to also get in on this at this point. Basically, you agree that there's a need for us to go back to the Constitution and take a look at it. But then initially I'd asked, what aspects do you think we should review? So I'm just going to, pick on a particular aspect of interest, which is the parliamentary system of government. We transited to the presidential system of government sometime in 1979, but then we've still had periodic calls. I mean, constantly there's been calls for us to go back to the parliamentary system. It's been mentioned in some quarters, and there was also a time when it was it was all over social media where people were calling for legislative officers or legislators to function in some part-time capacity. Right. I wonder what you make out of these calls and this clamor, and if you feel that the best for Nigeria, considering its uniqueness again. I mean, a country with hundreds of ethnic groups speaking diverse language and a lot of cultures. I mean, diversity of culture and cultural differences. Do you think a parliamentary system would be the way to actually sort Nigeria's democratic issues?
First and foremost, I think that question is a no-brainer, and it's already prevalent in the way Nigeria operates. So, if a parliamentary system is based on full legislation, the problem with is that the legislators are lackadaisical. So you want to move to a system that's totally based on proposition of laws. It doesn't make sense. We're not there yet in our democracy. We have, like I said, we have redundant National Assembly and people who have not, who don't understand or haven't read the Constitution, people who barely even know laws. And you can appeal, or people who even pass laws vis-a-vis, and so that it doesn't look like I'm just yapping them, let me be very clear with it. People who pass laws without knowing what they passed, vis-a-vis the Electoral Act, where they didn't even know that they were removed as delegates. And when President Muhammadu Buhari signed it, they ran back to him and were screaming, "Blue mother, but you passed the bill to the president." Therein lies the problem. And now you want to clamor for a parliamentary system of government. You can as well feed the government. You can as well feed the government of Nigeria to the vultures, because I don't think it will even be functional. The parliamentary system is based, and then with the way we run our parliamentary system, we copied the the bicameral legislature, which means two houses. We copied that from Britain. But what Britain does is that Britain does not allow for since a house is being elected and re-elected, they have a House of Lords and a House of Commons. Now, the House of Lords would be like, let's say, we would have the House of Obas, the Serkis, and the Bale. The Obas, the Serkis, the Bales, and the Obis, or in Eastern Nigeria. And if we had a house like that, it could show, a permanency in law, in translating law, or continuality, because they would now be changed as they change their thrones, and it keeps a little stability in our laws. Those are things that we are not even ready for. Or do we want to continue the green chambers and the red chambers of people who just stroll in and do not even know what they're talking about, and we don't even meet at a Senate sitting, we do not even meet half representation. So the parliamentary system, no, we're not that politically mature. We're not even there at all. And that's the truth. And if you look at when Nigeria was using a parliamentary system, look at the quality of politicians we had. If you had somebody like, you played a video just now, and Tafawa Balewa was talking about Nigeria's position. If you had Tafawa Balewa's talk, if you had Nnamdi Azikiwe's talk, it's not even their delivery of English. It's the level of which they understood a national identity. They understood a national federal character, and they understood what legislation was. Right now, the country is in a disarray. I cannot and never would support parliamentary system, and I can never advise it being a sensible option for Nigeria.
But if you look at the call for the reduction in cost of governance in Nigeria and look at how many seats there are in the National Assembly, for the House of Senate, we have 109 members, 109 seats. And then for the legislature, which is the House of Representatives, we have 360 members put together. Now, if you look at what that would take in terms of funding the constituencies that they represent, and there have been calls for reduction in the cost of governance, would you say the argument for the call for Nigeria to move to a parliamentary system should not move forward?
I don't even understand. If we are going to cut the cost in governance, what's the problem with the cost in governance? First and foremost, constituency projects which the so-called National Assembly, that's 469 members, are being allowed to carry, is non-constitutional, meaning the money being given for constituency projects is totally against the law, and you can check that up. Now, if that is not existent, let's also look at the problems with the National Assembly presently. National Assembly's a member's salary is 500,000. That's why they always talk about their salaries or say they are giving their salaries. But that's not where the problem is. The problem is in their allowances. The allowances of a House of Rep rise as much as up to 32 million. And in the Senate, it rises as high as almost 45 million. If you're giving that kind of money to singular people who are redundant and not doing anything, pulls up a high cost of governance. For me, I've always been a proponent of this. Let's have people in the National Assembly and let's state their salaries at minimum wage. If we have their salaries at minimum wage, only the people that want to do the job will go there and then legislate properly. So the problem is how much we throw into the National Assembly, not that the National Assembly is too large. 469 people legislating for a country of 200 million isn't bad. It's very good. It's fair. What is the problem is the abuse of constituency projects, which are totally not constitutional. And then the Nigerian National Assembly ends higher than the Americans, ends higher than almost anywhere in the world. And for me, that's where the real problem lies. So even like I said earlier, I'm not even going to discuss parliamentary system of government because we have a failed National Assembly. You cannot now discuss a government that's based on legislation. So I think the only reason Nigerians clamor for it is because most of them do not understand what parliamentary government means. In parliamentary, it's based on full legislation. If you watch the British House of Commons, you notice that their sittings are always conversations over legislation and arguments and whatever. We have people that sleep in the National Assembly. You want to throw yourself into under legislation? No. We're not ready for it. We're not politically mature for a parliamentary system of government at all. We're not nowhere near it.
All right. So basically, a school of politics and governance would easily trace our issues to elections. Electing credible persons into offices, electing the right candidates into various political offices would, they'd say, would be the way to ensure good governance and, of course, the dividends of democracy. But then for you to elect credible persons, there has to be free and fair elections. Now, we've noticed suppression of voters, voter apathy, and even electoral violence mar the elections in Nigeria. And then the continuous litigations experienced even after the elections by the losing parties or persons, could go on and on even throughout the tenure of the person who has been elected into office. Now, what's the problem here? What are the key challenges that, the Independent National Electoral Commission has in conducting free and fair elections? And then how can we improve voter participation?
Well, at the Electoral College Nigeria, we do not believe that the problem of Nigeria is just elections. It's a bit more than that. The biggest problem Nigeria has is participation. And we want to participate at the point of our PVCs. But by then, we do not have an election. What we have is a selection. So as long as Nigerians do not participate in political parties, participate in primaries, they will be served any jig-jack, any Abdul, Eze, and Tunde that decides to run for office. And at that point, they have to pick between the devil and the blue sea. And that's where the first anomaly in politics comes from. The second, and then the second part of that participation is, as long as we're not participatory, Nigeria has not met 50% of its voter population participating in an election since 2015. That is highly poor. Last elections was about 28% of voting population. And an election can only be rigged. And I've worked on the ground, worked on the field, worked, with different places, run for office personally. So I know these things. So an election can only be rigged if you're not on ground. And if Nigerians don't understand that, then we have a bigger problem. As regards INEC, INEC has functioned below par, far below par. I would say the Electoral Act also gives INEC quite a lot of leeway to do some funny things. Voter suppression is not our only problem. Our biggest problem is actually the money spent in politics, which the law and the Electoral Act already stops people from spending. So I'll give you an example. The Electoral Act clearly states that if you're running for local government chairman, for example, you cannot spend up to 25 million. But there are states that sell their forms for local government chairman at almost 10 million. Is that not in defiance of that particular law? And by the time they finish with delegates and their party, before they even move into election, move into campaigns, they've already spent that 25 million. It goes up to president not being able to spend 5 billion while running for office. I'll tell you, the top 4 parties that end over 1 million votes in the 2023 elections all spent above 40 billion naira preceding campaigns. So you cannot, the problems in Nigeria, I think we've refused to go back to what we're exactly supposed to deal with our elections. Before we even talk about free and fair elections, the rigging starts from the beginning. I'll give you another example. In 2023 elections, it is in the Electoral Act clearly to state that the Electoral Act clearly states that every party must submit its membership lists electronically and manually to the commission. None of the 18 political parties met this. If you're already breaking laws in the Electoral Act preceding, let's also look at campaign conversations in which no station is allowed to harbor advice against any candidate. And the Electoral Act is clear: if you've given so candidates so time, you must give to others at equal basis. We break these laws left, right, and center. There's also within the Electoral Act, there's also the conversation, I think it's 92.1, or I can't remember the exact part, where it clearly states that state machinery cannot be used in an election, which means that even if the president is running an election, if he's going to fly the presidential jet, his campaign team must pay for the presidential jet because that is state machinery. This goes to governors using cars, etc., etc. These laws are there, but there's no enforcement, there's nothing. So the problems are beyond voter suppression, because a lot of things happen which give birth to voter suppression. So if you break the laws from the start, the final day, which is the last day of elections, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to be a mayhem. So the problem in Nigeria is that we do not know the laws. We have so much problems, and this is the situation. The laws are broken far before even the elections, far before the elections.
Okay, so while you were talking, you talked about how participation should not start from getting PVCs. Let's look at participation from the party level. When it gets to elections and primaries are being conducted within parties, sometimes you find that some party members are disgruntled with the way the primaries are conducted. Some feel like they've been loyal and faithful to the parties, but you find some newcomers or those who are seen as not being old enough or having contributed enough to the party rising as flag bearers of the parties, which brings us to the cost of participation in election in Nigeria, whether as the electorate or one who's vying for office. So if you're vying for office in Nigeria, the cost of the form alone, we know how expensive it is, and we know what it is right now with the vote buying situation, the cost of campaigns and others. So do you think that is an issue of some Nigerians not wanting to participate, or it's an issue of not having economic power to participate at the level of being in parties?
Okay, so you spoke about what Nigerians know. I'm going to talk about what they don't know. So it is okay in Nigeria for you to say a newcomer came in or whatever. What you seem to skip was something I mentioned earlier. If we do not know that we are breaking the bank or the laws of Nigeria, not the bank, let me say, breaking the laws of Nigeria by spending so amount on campaigns, then it means that this stress will continue. If we do not know that we're supposed to be part of a primaries, it's not for just, look at the DNCs in America. That's the Democratic National Convention. Look at the RNC, that's the Republican National Convention. Massive. Look at the Labour Party in the UK when they decide to have something. It's massive, or the Tories, or etc. It's massive. But here, we just, for party conventions, we have just like, and no party on paper in Nigeria has up to 50,000 members. No party in Nigeria. And that is already stating that a few people make these decisions on the behest of others. And that already is not a democracy. A democracy can only thrive when everybody is involved in it. So at least we should have 70% of Nigeria's voting population in political parties. 70% of Nigeria's voting population puts us at about approximately close to 74 million people. We don't even have 3 million people in political parties today, registered as political party members in 18 bodies. And so therein lies the major problem. Now, if you're talking about people that say nowhere in the world, and I've run for office before, so in 2019, and I was a candidate, so not that I just bought a form, I was on the ballot. Nowhere in the world do you wake up and say, okay, not too young to run allows me run, and then you just wake up and say you want to run for office. No, running for office is a project 20-year plan. You start in the game, you rise in the game, you move up. And I've seen this, and I've conducted primaries also when I was National Publicity Secretary of the party. I also knew that most people just come into a party and want their will. It doesn't work that way. If you haven't put in the effort, I'll tell you, in 3 years, I was able to put enough effort to rise from a normal member to director of strategy to becoming National Publicity Secretary. The youngest at the time, that was 34 in 2015. I was 34 and the National Publicity Secretary. That was unheard of at that time. This is before Not Too Young to Run bill, but I earned it. I didn't just drop from the sky. I'm not from a big political family. So politics is a long-term game. It's progress, it's plan. And people always feel disjointed. How much do we support our candidates in Nigeria? Is it by putting WhatsApp DPs or placing their face or arguing it like touts on Facebook? I don't think that's what political support is. Political support is you put your money behind the candidate. How many people have put their monies behind the candidate? So as long as you do not put your money behind the candidate, you cannot be the godfather to that candidate. And you cannot be the godfather to that candidate. The person with the larger money who puts the money behind the candidate becomes the real godfather and dictator of what happens to Nigerian people. And for me,
We don't, so it's the things we don't know that are the problem, not the things that we know.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, you've spoken very passionately. I admire your guts, your zest, and I've gleaned from your experience. And little did I know that at 34, that you were a national publicity secretary of a party. We're hoping that some of the conversations will spark a need to start casting a new vision, a new nation, looking forward looking in the direction of trying to improve the situation of things in Nigeria, and of course, gearing towards development in all aspects. I sincerely appreciate you for joining us, but we need to move on to the second half of the show, as we have another guest on the program. Thank you so much, Kunle Lawal.
Very much. It's been my pleasure, and have enjoyed your independence.
All right, Kunle Lawal is the Executive Director, Electoral College of Nigeria. And like I mentioned, it's time to cast a new vision. We do have in the studio a guest who is an architect and a plumber. We're going to be talking to him. But then let's talk about, just momentarily, very briefly, some excerpts of the president's speech this morning. The president said his government inherited a reserve of over $33 billion 16 months ago, and since then they have paid back the inherited forex backlog of $7 billion. He said his government has cleared the ways and means debt of over 30 trillion naira and have reduced the debt service ratio from 97% to 68%. And despite all this, he says they have managed to keep the foreign reserve, Nigeria's foreign reserve, at $37 billion, and they shall continue to meet all the obligations and pay the bill, talking about his government. And of course, he said the central concern of Nigerians is the high cost of living. I can't help but agree. And the concern is shared by many around the globe as prices and cost of living continue to rise worldwide. We look forward to the CNG motors, vehicles, buses, to its cost of transportation. I mean, that's particularly crazy, as we had expected a new price regime in fuel, but that did not come.
Well, this is just 1st of October, so perhaps we should wait for the days to come in the month of October. Maybe Dangote might just bring its price regime, and we don't know what the NNPC will do with that. We'll wait.
I'll take a moment while you wait, and when we return, we'll introduce our guest. Stay tuned.
Particularly in Kebbi, Niger, Jigawa, Kwara, Nasarawa, and other Southwest governors that have embraced our agricultural production program. I urge other states to join the federal government in investing in mechanized farming. We are playing our part by supplying fertilizer and making tractors and other farm equipment available. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved establishing a local assembly plant for 2,000 John Deere tractors, combined harvesters, disc riders, bottom plows, and other farm equipment. The plant has a completion time of 6 months.
Nigeria appreciate the advantages which the size of our country and of its population give us, but we have absolutely no aggressive intentions. We shall never impose ourselves upon any other country, and shall treat every African territory, big or small, as our equal, because we honestly feel that it is only on that basis of equality that peace can be maintained in our continent.
Lagos Racecourse is the scene, and it's the afternoon of Nigeria's great day, with thousands awaiting the climax and resolved to relish every minute leading up to it. Princess Alexandra, with Sir James Robertson, the retiring Governor-General, must have enjoyed the whole jubilant atmosphere of the occasion. A first-class show was put on for the benefit of spectators. entertainers fairly let themselves go, tumbling head over heels with delight. Celebrating, however, as we all know, can be a bit exhausting. The princess was received with yells from the kids. Her friendly charm had quickly made her very popular. It was as the representative of Her Majesty the Queen that Princess Alexandra of Kent returned in the evening. She was about to hand over Nigeria's constitution. And presently, quoting the Queen's own words, she was to wish Nigeria a great and noble future. This was the moment for which the country's leaders, in partnership with British authority, had patiently worked. The Nigerians themselves emphasized that all has been done in friendship, and that friendship will continue. Meanwhile, top-ranking Nigerians, wearing their finest robes, watched in dignified silence as the climax of Independence Day was reached. In handing over the documents to the Federal Prime Minister, Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Her Royal Highness handed over sovereignty to a new nation. The Union flag flying for the last time. Princess Alexandra was present, of course, for the final ceremony that took place on the stroke of midnight. This was the dramatic takeover by the new nation's own green and white flag. The next day came the state opening of Parliament. Princess Alexandra, wearing a white embroidered gown and a diamond tiara, entered the chamber where 350 senators and representatives and many guests had assembled. This was the first session of the first Parliament of the new Nigeria. Dr. Ezekwe, President of the Senate and Governor-General Designate, addressed the Princess, asking her to open Parliament by reading the speech from the throne.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Having done an overview of the critical challenges with Nigeria, looking at some issues with state policing, the call for constitution review, the call also for electoral reform and credibility, as well as other issues Nigeria has been battling with since the country gained independence in 1960. Let's look at how a new nation, a new Nigeria, which everyone hopes for, every Nigerian hopes for and dreams for, can be achieved, and how the youth can be part of this. Now, when you sit with elders and you hear them talk and talk about the good old days, and sometimes they're not very pleased with the conduct of some young persons, they feel like, there is more decadence. There's also a deviation from the culture, the customs and norms of Nigeria that made the country a very beautiful and pleasant one to live in their days. So we have an elder in the house who will be looking at these issues and how that new nation that Nigerians hope for and dream for can be achieved. Is Architect Ovi Beniti. Good morning. Happy Independence Anniversary to you and welcome to an exchange.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. Great to see you guys. Great work you're doing here.
It's great to have you here too. All right, so let's look at Nigeria, beginning from your time. I mean, when you were very young, as a young man in Nigeria, looking at when Nigeria just gained independence? How was life? How was it living in Nigeria? And what was the culture at the time that you think also helped Nigeria at that time?
Well, interesting question. I was born 11 days after independence, 12th of October 1960. So I'm a baby of independence.
Oh, wow.
You know, and
So 11 days to your birthday.
yes, 11 days to my birthday. So I've grown and lived in Nigeria that was thriving and has slowly unraveled because of very poor exchange of good ethics for very poor and bad ethics. So Nigeria has slowly degenerated in things like dignity of labor. People no longer think, handwork is a useful thing. People think that quick money is the way to go. No, everything grows. And in Nigeria we grew up in, we understood that everything grew, organically. Everything takes time to mature. Nothing happens suddenly. And sadly, that's where we find ourselves today as a nation, where young, men and women think that they can make things happen suddenly. No. Dignity of labor is what leads to the maturation of the reward. We want rewards without putting in the hard work. And that's what, we had in the past growing up. We had scholarships for students to go to school, all up to university. We had, this government just introduced student loan scheme. So we had student loan schemes where you went through school with loan provided by the government. Their office was at Ipori there. So, but slowly there has been a degeneration of values in the country, which, by the special grace of God, we keep advocating that we must go back to those values, especially respecting the dignity of labor.
Well, today is also the International Day of Older Persons, and the 2024 theme is Aging with Dignity. We're going to come back to, this conversation, but then it's imperative that we bring in Dr. Agbelusi, who he's been standing by. He's joining us virtually. He is an accredited mediator and independent arbitrator with the CEDR, Dr. Adeyemi Agbelusi. Good morning to you.
Happy to be here. Happy independence to Nigeria.
All right, so we want to get you in on the conversation. The whole idea is to see if we could cast a new vision for a new nation, considering the culture, customs, value of Nigeria. What are the key challenges, you might say, that's facing Nigeria's culture, custom, and value in the 21st century?
Okay, that's a fantastic question. Thank you. The primary challenge I think that faces us as a nation is the question of leadership. It takes visionary leadership to inspire hope and confidence in a nation. It is the leaders who articulate a compelling future that makes people have hopes and aspirations. And this is what drives their commitment to what we call national interest. So such leaders must embody integrity, courage, and prioritize communal gains over partisan or personal gains. So taking your last speaker who spoke from the point of our elections and our electioneering, you'll find that it's absolutely a problem from our leadership recruitment process that gives us leaders who definitely kill the morale of the people, don't drive any form of clear vision or direction for where we're going as a nation. And as people become hopeless, they tend to degenerate in values, degenerate in morals, and the national identity becomes questioned, and then you have all kinds of divisions, because where there is no clear vision, you have differing visions, which is what we call divisions. And so the fault lines of the country begin to appear, and that's really where we are now.
Okay, Dr. Adeyemi Agbilusi, let's look at Nigeria. From where you left off, there's been like a fault somewhere in foundation, particularly for the younger generation. Now, if we look at where this is coming from, where can we point it to and say, this was where we got it wrong? Is it governance? Is it society? Where actually the issues with foundation of having value? We used to hear there is dignity in labor, but I don't know if that statement still echoes and holds true today.
Okay, well, as a dispute resolver, from my legal training and from my training in mediation and arbitration, I always say to people that there are many sides to the story, and it's difficult to say which side is correct. So the fact is that where do we get it wrong? It's a question that you can have a sociologist, a political scientist, an economist, a criminologist, all kinds of people do their research and come up with different findings. So I wouldn't attempt to go there. I'll just try to submit from my own point of view what's going wrong. So from my own point of view, societies are built. They're intentional. Bafemi Awolowo is quoted reputedly for making the statement that Nigeria is just a mere geographic expression. I think many people misunderstand that statement. It's not that Nigeria does not exist materially and it's just a geographic expression, but it's actually a maxim. It's a maxim from legal jurisprudence that countries are geographic expressions. So if you say I'm an American, if you say I'm a Russian, if you say I'm an Arab national, these are just geographies. Actually, nobody chooses where they are born. Nobody chooses their tribe. Nobody chooses their skin color. Nobody chooses their race and ethnicity, etc. So when people come together and they come, or they either come together or they are put together, and they are now in a geographic space and they call themselves a country or a nation, it's very geographic. They have to now make it happen. And this happens through their adoption of national ideals, national identity, national culture, etc. So Nigeria as a nation, really, we celebrate the dignity of labor. And that's just taking the example you made, for instance. So when we play football, our team goes out there, they put in their best, and they win the match. We come back here, we celebrate them. When people break the odds, like I know recently there was a young man who was, I think he was a bread seller or a food seller or something, and was doing it so well. And I think somebody now, or this pie seller, somebody has not given him a house and given him a car, etc., and try to help him brush up his selling skills. And so we as a people, really, we appreciate people working hard. But the aberration is what is maybe more reported in the media, especially on social media, where people take shortcuts, people have unexplained wealth, people break the rules or bend the rules to achieve some kind of prosperity materially, and that sort of tars all Nigerians as people who don't benefit from hard work. But I think if you especially go to the diaspora, you find that many Nigerians are resilient. All over Africa, in most of our countries, by 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, you won't find anybody on the road. But at 5 a.m. in Nigeria, 4 a.m., you find people carrying fruit, you find people carrying meat, you find truck drivers by 7 o'clock, 6 a.m., there is already traffic. People are going out to hustle and to work and to pay their bills. And many people are really, really working hard to change their own fortunes, despite the many odds against them. So, like I said, there are many sides to the story. One side could be that, oh, Nigerians have lost the value of dignity of labor. I don't think so. I know many young people who are in traffic, running for kilometers, selling handkerchiefs, selling bananas, selling granuts, and they do that day after day after day after day. And I sometimes wonder how much do they even earn, but they keep at it because that's the spirit of resilience. They realize that if they keep at it, little by little, they may come out of this situation. So for me, that's my point of view. That nations are built, nations are intentional. People have to come together to work, identify key national values that will build national identity and promote them. Not tell the stories of the ones that are aberration.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abelusi. Well, let's just turn our attention a little bit to Architect Ovie, who is here with us in studio. You were saying something before we moved over to Dr. Abelusi. We didn't want to keep him away from the party for too long. And I want to still keep up with dignity in labor. Now, here's my own point. You talked about Nigeria evolving. You've seen an organic growth, and that's what we had. But then we have older persons now, people who are in their 60s, 70s, talk about how they built their first house in the, when in their 20s, bought their first cars in their 20s, built their first houses in their 30s. And you just oppose that with what's obtainable now. Some people are struggling to earn enough to even get married, buy a vehicle, because of the cost of, these vehicles, and, own a property. Someone tells you, I built my bungalow, that story building, before I turned 30. And, you had people starting up families quite early. But then putting that side by side with what's obtainable now, it's a far cry. And if we had to say what has gone wrong, I mean, who else would be in a better position other than you to probably give us some insight?
All right. Well, work, productive work, is dependent on your ability. Now, in those days, people were gainfully employed post-training. Now, anybody can do anything. Anybody can claim to be able to do anything. But look at how the workmen around you are today. Very many of them, most of them, are not very proficient in what they do.
Okay.
So proficiency means that you are going to earn more than the less proficient. Now, proficiency depends on training. If you are not trained, you do to the level of your understanding. But if your hands are trained, now,
and you're skilled enough.
You are skilled. Now, take a tree. You use a blunt axe to cut down a tree versus using a sharp axe to cut down that same tree. Now, the blunt axe could take you 2 days to cut down, and you're being paid on a daily basis. The sharp axe, rather than spend 2 days in cutting down the tree, you have spent 30 minutes to sharpen the axe. And in 30 minutes, the tree is gone. Now, this is the difference between then and now. Tragically, we don't have training facilities in Nigeria any longer. We had a government that said we don't need technical schools in Nigeria any longer. People are going to be university graduates. But hey, listen, the university graduate brings up the thought. The people who will execute it and bring it to fruition need to be trained. Now, there's no country that can make progress without trained workforce, not learned workforce, not apprenticeship workforce. No, trained. You put people through the rigor of training to acquire the ability to sharpen the axe, so that when you put the axe to the tree is gone. Now, those people who were able to build in those days were people whose axes had been sharpened by training. Our people are not being trained. There is no economy that can do well without a trained workforce. Most of the, big companies you see in Nigeria today, the biggest who does all the road projects in Nigeria, they do not have workforce. They work 3 months in Lagos, they shut down the project and move the team to Calabar because they don't have enough trained personnel. And Nigeria has a huge population that is begging to be employed, running on the streets, selling handkerchiefs. That's wasting human beings, capacity. But when you gather people together, hone them, train them. There's light in this studio. Is this light harmful? No. But when you focus the light, it becomes what you call a laser beam. A laser beam will pulverize this place in a second. That's the power of focus and training. Now, we need leadership that needs to recognize that the people need to be pointed in the right direction. The right direction is acquisition of skills. The right direction is training people in the requisite skills. You take your car to a vulcanizer. Your car has 5 wheel nuts. By the time you are going away,
He has 4.
he has 4. And you ask him what's happening. It says,
manager.
It doesn't matter. It does matter. Because now, when you are training people, you are training them to be able to interrogate the question, why? Why is this thing happening? Now, if you can't answer that primary question, don't do anything, because you don't know what you are dealing with. So when you go to a hospital, the first thing they do a test on you. They diagnose what the problem is. They don't just give you drugs. So diagnosis is what training does for you. Now we have a huge, massive population. Don't train people on hairdressing. Don't train people on events management. Those things are, they are leaves, they are peripheral. The foundation is people. This table, the components of this table is all petroleum. This whole table is all petroleum. This chair is petroleum. And we have it loads that we don't know what to do with. We export it and import this. And yet our people cannot be employed to produce these things because, like Dr. Agbelius said, leadership is intentional, is visionary. Where there's no vision, everybody does as they like. And that's where we find ourselves, because there's no vision to harness the people, focus them, and point them in the right direction.
Okay, let's look at it as it is now. So, technical education seems to have faded away in Nigeria. Though we still have some technical schools, some technical colleges, but they're not exactly what they...
Universities as well.
Yes, we have polytechnics and we have some courses that are quite technical in their nature. We have engineering, faculty of engineering. But what we do see now is that you have graduates from these institutions come out and then they enroll as apprentices in some roadside shop to gain the practical knowledge of these things. Now, yes, leadership has a role to play, but what is the role of the people as well? You gave the example of the vulcanizer, the roadside vulcanizer, whom you take your car to, and then you hope that your car should be better because there was a fault, perhaps with your tires when you took it there. At the end of the day, while they were doing their job, they made it worse. So the attention to detail, the attention to learn and acquire the skills seems to be absent now in many people. People want to make quick money. They want to get into a venture that they get quick money. Do you think that if that attitude is still there and is rife, even if the leadership gets it right, it will yield the results that they got in time past? How do we tackle this?
You see, the responsibility of leadership, right, is accountability. if you are given an assignment, right? It's a responsibility. Then you must be able to give account for what you have done with that assignment that given to you. Let me break down education for you, right? Now, the engineer is the person who crafts the thoughts, so he goes to university, right? Now, the people who oversee the execution are those that have been sent to polytechnics. Even Nigeria is scrapping polytechnics and converting polytechnics to universities. It's just madness as far as I'm concerned. Because every level of work requires specific people to handle them. And then you have those who do the technical work. I took my car to a vulcanizer. I said, put the pressure on 30. He said, okay, come and look at it. I don't understand 30. They didn't teach me that one. See, apprenticeship is grossly misunderstood in Nigeria. When you attach yourself to somebody as an apprentice, you can only acquire to the level of that person's ability. Yeah. And I dare say that you will not get 100%, because sadly, as a people, we do not open ourselves up to our apprentices. We say, so he wants to do everything. There's knowledge hoarding, right? So you need a structured environment where there's no knowledge hoarding, where you pass on, you pour yourself out into your trainees and get them to do what they are. When you have an understanding of what you are supposed to do, you are encouraged to think the solution, not put in a straight jacket of this is how we do it. There's nothing like this is how we do it. If there was something like this is how we do it, we won't be sitting here. We'll all still be sitting under a tree somewhere. But people are thinking. So what we need to do is to encourage people to think outside of the box. I train artisans. I train plumbers. I'm an architect. I trained as a plumber at 46 years old. I acquired the skill to be a plumber at 46. I train plumbers. I tell them, don't be afraid of making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. It's not your money. You make a mistake, you know that is not the way to do it. And that you won't repeat it tomorrow. When I'm not there with you, you will do the right thing. So I put you through the rigor of doing the right thing now. And that is the responsibility of leadership. Look, government is trying to cast this very wrong notion of the people are responsible. No. That's why you are the leader. You are the leader of the pack. You are ahead, you are clearing the road, you are charting the course. People are following you. Now, if you get to a traffic light and it's on red, you see everybody adjusting to look for how they will get closer to the... Because leaders, when they get to the traffic light, pass the traffic light. They're in a hurry to go to where? They're not in a hurry to go to anywhere, to go and do anything positive. No. Privilege is not about, being the one that wins the race. No. Privilege is about showing the right examples, leading by example. Now, you can't lead if you don't have a vision. And let me tell you about what leadership is. Leadership is expressing yourself in public what you have always been in private. So when you are given office, for instance, for the first 2-3 weeks, months, you can, try to adjust yourself. I'm in a new environment. I have to show a good example. But you know what happens? Habit kicks in. And slowly, you go back to template. So our people need to be trained.
Dr. Belusi is standing by. Let's just get him into the conversation. We might just get carried away listening to you. Dr. Belusi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there with you.
You've been gleaning from the experience and knowledge of architect Ovie, but then I'd want to find out what you think about our cultural diversity, way of life, and how we can leverage on it, as Nigerians for national development?
Okay, so Nigeria has a very huge, diverse population with many tribes and different ethnicities within it. And each of these people have their own strengths and their own weaknesses. But with good leadership, we can bring it together and showcase events. So, like the snippet you showed before we started, you saw that when there's a cultural dance, the Fulani have their own way of dressing and dancing. The Efik people, the Bibio, the Edos, the people from Asaba, the Delta, and all of that, and the Yoruba, the Jebus, and all of that. We all have our different potpourri of even our food and our dressing and our dancing and all of this and our music. So how do we come together to show that there's none who is superior to the other, and how can we use it to bring in tourism and also bring in investment in this area? Again, it comes back to leadership. The leadership of Nigeria does not see any value, in my own opinion, in tourism. You hardly find that there's a coherent policy to attract people, both Nigerians in diaspora and foreigners, to come to Nigeria, visit our 36 states, and see what they have to offer in terms of cultural diversity. And the different festivals that we have, the different nuances we have in our different ethnic regions, there's no deliberate intention to advertise this to the world. So Nigerians in foreign nations can celebrate New Year festival, they have Igbo Day, have Yoruba Day, and the foreigners will look at it with amazement and with awe that, oh, this is really something we like. You can see that in many of the social media now, the Nigerian mode of getting married is being compared to the Indian mode of getting married, which is very extravagant, very lavish, and very celebratory, and people are copying that. So yes, we can leverage on our cultural diversity to harness tourism and to make money from it. It's not just to show that we have culture and tourism, but to actually make money from it, to create employment, to deepen our arts, our theater, deepen our music, and our film industry. You see, the aim of having government is that government thinks very big. And then when government thinks at the macro level, people fall into place at the micro level. So if the government has a national film tourism, like I listened to a lady lament a few days ago on the waste that is the National Theatre, how it is just locked up, nobody is going there, there's no employment, there's nothing happening there. So if you have a friend, for instance, visiting you today from Netherlands, or from Russia or anywhere, and they say, look, I want to go around Lagos, where do you take me to? You probably think of taking them to Fela Shrine, which was what one person opened maybe in the 70s. And you know that even President Macron came to Nigeria, and that was the place he went to. But look at our maritime industry, and look at how we are wasting the amount of blue economy we have in terms of fishing and so many things that we can do. And so when people go to Venice and they take the Venice boat ride and they pay so much for it, take pictures on it, the Italians are making money from it. So the culture of Nigeria, in terms of our food, our dressing, so many things, can be exported worldwide, can become a way of earning income and creating employment for people. But I'm sorry, it falls part of the leadership, having a big picture of it and seeing the possibilities in it. So until we do that, I mean, when we look at the Ghana Cape Coast and the Mandela Robben Island and how much is being made from in Cape Town and South Africa, I look at our own Badagry as a whole place, forget even the slave coast and other areas. Badagry as a whole place is derelict. There's nothing happening in Badagry. Even the road to Badagry is totally gone. And now you have the slave chains and all those things totally decrepit. The first building, the first house of Ajayi Crowder, etc., they're all totally neglected. So it takes a large mind to see that when you have this kind of huge population, where there is so much economic challenge in terms of earning an income and being relevant, it takes a visionary leadership to see that people can actually be pushed into this area. I read somewhere, I hope it was wrong. I read somewhere in the last few weeks, I think it was in the Economist Journal, a magazine, that the Benin people have lost the art of making those beautiful artworks that Benin is known for. You know, what was plundered and did not be returned. And that art and craft skill, which was in families in Benin, is now being lost, and there's no young person who's carrying up those traditions. I hope it's not true. If it is true, then the state government and the federal government needs to see how that can be preserved, because those artworks, those masks, I think that can populate galleries and can export Nigeria to the world. So there are so many things that can come out of culture and tourism. For my own self, apart from preserving our history and our values and our customs, they also project us to the world and earn income and create employment, which is something that I think we need to be thinking about at this point in time.
Okay, let me allay your fears about the arts, kind of artworks that are done in Benin, or the Benin culture is known for. That has not been completely eroded. We still have, or in Benin, if you go there, the bronze casting, the artworks where there's bronze casting and other kinds of artworks are still there, though not like it used to be, which would also need some intervention. Now, expanding that, there are different kinds of artworks that Nigerian culture is known for. If you move away from the Benin artworks, you go to other parts of Nigeria. You see here the terra culture and so many other kinds of artworks, even to textile and the fabrics that we use, the adire, the tie and dye kinds of things. Those seems to be something that you don't have as much as it used to be. Now, while architect Ovio was talking, he mentioned the need for training and apprenticeship that should be one that delivers value and makes people proficient. But we have a system where certificates are valued even more than the skills. So you see some persons do not even want to go through such trainings because the certificates that they come out with is not equal in the labor market as that of those who have gone to the universities. If we bring that and try to tie it with tourism, how do we bring a sort of balance so people can be encouraged to be proficient in skills, in art, in culture that will bring lots of revenue for Nigeria in tourism?
Okay, for me, that's a very challenging question, honestly. It's something I've thought about several times, because being in Nigeria and being out of Nigeria, I'm totally amazed at exactly what you are asking. A chef in a foreign country, a chef, a taxi driver, a bus driver, basically anybody who is blue collared has a higher earning capacity than those who are in white collar. So you can have an engineer in Germany who actually will take off his engineering and go and become a technician because he's paid per hour, he has overtime, and he has better package as a technician than as an engineer. Same thing with an architect. An architect in a foreign country will earn less than a mason. When you call out a mason or you call out the builder, what he will ask you to deposit before he even gives an appointment is totally, totally unheard of. But the opposite is in Nigeria. These people are looked at as if they're the scum of the earth, and that's why you find that polytechnics are struggling to be upgraded to universities. People don't value the HND any longer, or the OND. They want to have the degree, and at the end of the day, the certificates produce very little jobs. So people are caught in the circle of now they have a degree, they have a PhD, but they're ready to be Uber drivers or just sustain themselves by running a small barbie salon or doing barbecue at events to make ends meet. So again, it comes back to a national policy. From tilers to plumbers to electricians, all these people need to be adequately trained and appreciated as people who run the economy. I think it was during COVID that people realized, the importance of healthcare workers, not even the doctors, but even those who are at the lower rung of the healthcare system. So many Nigerians who want to travel abroad. I know a center in Abeokuta where bankers and engineers, etc., who are intending to migrate out of Nigeria, actually go and do a 6 months or 1 year program to pick up these technical skills and then go abroad and practice those trades and make money. Whereas in Nigeria, we shun such things. So again, this correction will come through a national wage system, a national reward system, a cultural value of appreciating people who do this kind of work. If somebody comes to say to you now that, oh, I want to marry your daughter, and say, what do you do for this? I'm a plumber. You will probably tell the person to walk out. But in a foreign country, that person is somebody that will be highly appreciated. Because that your daughter will never be hungry because there will always be people who have plumbing issues in winter and times of the year. So it's a societal thing that people want to have big degrees, PhD, professor, and all of that. But at the end of the day, the people who have quick job are people that do wrought iron, people that do electrical work, plumbing work, and carpentry work, and all of this. So if you give them enough impetus by teaching them, what is wood, what are the types of wood, and not just preparing this carpentry work, but even preparing them for exports and any foreign exchange, and advertising them to the world. When you do all of this in the leather industry, in the painting, and all these industries, then you find that there becomes a national culture of celebrating people who have these skills, and they also become members of society, and they are looked up to. So the government want to appoint ministers, and they appoint people who have big degrees and people who have skills, and not put in any kind of meaningful position. So people now aspire to drop those skills and go and get the titles and then remain jobless. Whereas those who have these skills are being highly sought after. So look at the refinery we have, and not even refineries in Nigeria that are coming up. I don't know how many engineers we've employed there. I show very, very few. But I know that quite a large number of technicians who work in that refinery. A lot of technicians be needed to run the different components of that refinery. But do we have polytechnics that will produce such technicians? I doubt it. And same goes for many other industries that we have in different corridors of our national life. So the technical education that is being lost and the blue collar that is frowned upon and looked down on in our country is a loss to our youth because they remain unemployed, and again it becomes a cul-de-sac because who moves the wheel and who changes this national perception. Like I said, the jury is out there, and I don't know who is going to bail the cat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adeyemi Agbelusi, for joining us. We understand that you have to take time out to be with us on the program. You have a busy day, and it will be imperative that we allow you on. But beyond that, we appreciate the conversation, and we're looking forward to having more with you on Early Exchange.
Thank you very much. Happy independence to Nigeria, and I hope that we continue to be resilient, be focused, and know that our challenges for today are for today. A better future is ahead of all of us. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move over to the old young man in the building. International Day for Older Persons, someone who was born in the year Nigeria gained its independence. Very unique. And of course, you've seen Nigeria flourish, and you, if I had to use your own words, slow down. How can we get back on the fast track? How can we get back to that point? As a way of wrapping up, the show. We've had consecutive governments say they were going to return the dollar to 1 naira to a dollar. I know that there's a time it used to be like that, where if you wanted to travel to London, it was easy, where preference was given to Nigerians, in all sphere. But it's not the case. As a matter of fact, we have to meet up with the standard globally.
Well, self-worth is the first step to climbing out of wherever you find yourself.
Okay.
You need to value yourself before any other person can value you. So I'm a plumber. I graduated architecture school in 1987. I was 26 years old when I graduated as an architect. 20 years later, I went to school to learn plumbing. I'm a plumber, right? When I told my wife I was going to go on this journey, it was, a difficult thing for her to take. I mean, your husband is a plumber. But see, the most regular visitor to your house is a plumber because you have endless plumbing problems. And each time he comes, you pay him money. So the analogy I give to anybody who I speak to is, if you sit there in an office, let's assume you get minimum wage, 70,000 naira. Okay, you're a graduate. How much do you earn as a receptionist? 120,000 naira. I doubt if any receptionist in Nigeria earns 200,000 naira. But as a plumber, for instance, you earn 10,000 naira a day. If you work 24 days, if you are busy 24 days in a month, you've earned 240,000 naira in a month from the skill that you acquired. And if you get a contract, of course, I mean, it
shut down.
Goes without saying. So we need to understand that if you call me to come to your house, for instance, you pay me to come. I'm not spending my money to come and look at your problem. Because if you are sick and you carry yourself to the hospital, you pay your way to the hospital. So if you have a problem and you need me to come, you pay me a call-out fee. I come, see, look, you don't have to pay me. I simply don't come.
So it means that the plumber will always
earn
have
money.
jobs.
So the point is, where we are going to is, when you have a skill and you know the value of your skill,
self-worth.
Yes, then
first training, secondly self-worth.
Then Nigeria, each person in the scheme of things will begin to carry Nigeria, because when we join our hands together in self-worth, I traveled to the UK in the 80s. I just enter into an aircraft and travel there. I present them my passport. They say, "Oh, how long are you staying?" 6 weeks. No visa. But then one day they said, "You must get a visa," because our values slowly eroded. Our sense of self-worth also slowly eroded. And this was because of the leadership that was leading us away from the right path and pointing us in the wrong direction.
Well,
Once we are able to make the right choices of those who will lead us, Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore determined that his country was going to be a proper nation. Lee Kuan Yew's wife could not ask him for a favor when it comes to governance. So as long as we are willing to live a life where we grant favors to people who will not do the right thing, where there's no consequence for doing the wrong things, my brother, my sister, we will not climb up.
I want to be Lee Kuan Yew. I want to sleep.
Lee Kuan Yew seems to be very popular in Earl Exchange because a lot of analysts refer to him. Well, I think that's because of what he stood for and what development he brought to Singapore. That's why he's mostly referred to. Well, what I take from what you said is that there is no end to learning. If you at 46 could decide you wanted to acquire the skill of plumbing and you actually did go for it, and today you're a plumber, you're very proud of it, amongst other things that you are. I don't think for you watching, maybe you're 30, you're 35, you've not acquired a skill and you think, well, it's night for you. Take this as a message from Earl Exchange on Independence Day. that you can do it. And for Nigeria, 64 years, there are several things that Nigeria has not gotten right, but it is not late. There is a saying that it is when you wake up that is your morning. Yeah, I borrowed that from an elderly person. Maybe you should sit more with elderly people to get to hear things like that. So at 64, if Nigeria chooses to wake up from slumber and get to do things that will bring Nigeria to the level of value, to the level even better than what the country used to be, where Nigeria was well respected amongst the Committee of Nations, then it will be that. And we all have a role to play. You and I have our roles to play. In your chosen field, what value do you bring? Are you proficient in your skill? Or when you sit side by side someone from another country in your skill, they choose to hire the other person because they feel, oh, this one, he didn't learn the skill. Well, are you that vulcanizer that when they come, when the car is leaving, instead of 5 knots, they have 4 because you didn't know what you were doing? Or when they say pump the tire to 30, you're asking, what is that? I wasn't taught that. Let's ensure that we're masters of our game. I am Blessing AJ. This is Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary. There is still hope for Nigeria. Let's celebrate. Forget the pains. Well, it may be hard, but that is the only way that we can think of the way not to feel those pains again. And Exchange returns tomorrow, 8 a.m. West African time. Follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Leave a comment on today's edition and be sure to share it. You're free to share. Sharing, of course, is free. And don't forget that Isle FM 104.9 is here where business meets bit. To have yourself a great independence anniversary. For those who are not Nigerians, have yourself a wonderful day.
Well, it's also the International Day of Older Persons, and we've had the privilege of speaking with architect Ovie Benitier, who was born in the year Nigeria got independence. And of course, we've gleaned from him one takeaway. It's good to be trained. It's good to acquire training. But as Blessing probably has a handwork, I have mouth work. You have I have mouth work.
I will tell you what that is. You pay for my skill. I can make it happen.
And so I'll use my mouth to say, Nigeria, we hail thee. And of course, taking the words from that national anthem, though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. My name is Temple Bara. Do have yourself a wonderful day and keep following SOUQ News Television. And on behalf of everyone who has made this program and this show possible, bye for now.
I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olaiwola Onofuye and my mother Alice Nimonat Onofuye. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I have my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But I'm getting down to Britain. God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up till now, I'm working the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland houses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in the SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business. I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry ogede, sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I have that initiative, I have that it's been built in me, and because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why, but I got that from my parents, because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books, he's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents, in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From then, I built on to that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, and maybe that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got five graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find, I depend on, I have the church, I'm on the salary. So the church has got a treasurer, the church has got an accountant, it's got a church financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own sense of living. I've got 5 of them who are PhD holder. 1 is in architecture, 1 is in journalism, 1 is in music, 1 is in the medical line. So I've got 1 is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is the one, she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. He's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church, but the principle is we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling. I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, all my background start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I ended up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you leaving, young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay, are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? I'm going to. Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm Superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I'll give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then, and I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've got the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe the Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, if you are there, they are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I got to. That man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first church I said I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to come and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's expecting. He's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. He said, of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. You see, when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget, I said I'm going to UK not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see after my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there. But God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I worked with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God, through me, established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people and let people know that with God, everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my possible, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing, and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising. And the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's word of insurance is a sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says he's going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. The one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life, because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. So, and I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofuye. The World Around Me. How old? He's 11. Oh, of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. We are living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. Like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. If you are prayerful, you need to. You see, he said, in this world you will see tribulation. But be of good cheer, because I've overcome the world. So we face all that we are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many. But yes, 2 people will be going, 1 will disappear. So a lot have been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ, and the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion, even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalists. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they will say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible. With prayer, we believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out, and you seek help. Speak out and seek help. From family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you, and that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually. There's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling. It's a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018, and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002. and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of SOUQ Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute SOUQ. SOUQ invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt. The only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of the 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
A very good morning to you. Thank you for tuning in and joining us again on Market Insight. Today, the 1st of October, 2024. What can I say? It's a fantastic day to be alive. Happy Independence Day, Nigeria, and happy Independence Day to you as a Nigerian. We've come a long way, 64 years. Not a small feat, I gotta say. But listen, there are challenges, self-same challenges with which we're going to, be better off for. All we have to do is keep the hope alive. So once again, happy independence to you. I am David Chiedu, and once again, welcome to Market Insight. It's an Independence Day special, and today we will be taking a retrospective look at Nigeria's economy 64 years after. I've got a story that I will tell you that encapsulates Nigeria in its real sense, economically and otherwise, from 1960 till date. That essentially is our Independence special for today. Of course, afterwards, we're going to jump into the conversation on the situation, real situations, essentially analyzing situations as it has been since independence up until this moment. But before we go on, we'll give you a short report, or a short vox pop if you like, of what's been happening in the streets of Nigeria, and helping you get a sense of what people think about our independence. All right, we'll take a very, very short break. When we come back, we'll bring you that particular report. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to making informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We have a lot to talk about Nigeria. So 64 years after, and I look back, I feel ashamed. There was a time in this country, even as a student, once you have admission, even from passing out from your secondary school, you get automatic employment. 3-4 companies coming to employ you. Today, what happens, even with your degree, with your first class and everything? Nothing works.
No. Wetin we wan celebrate? Nothing we go celebrate you. School fees, everything don high. Food. No, we don't even eat 3 times daily again, 2 times. 3 square meals is hard to eat.
Oh yeah. We are getting to have youths determine their destinies for themselves, not depending on the country.
I'm a public commentator and I have to tell you the fact as it is. We aren't expecting anything better, even at 64. Nigeria has gone from grace to grass. Nigeria has gone from when we used to celebrate being a Nigerian to now not even trying to mention the name I'm a Nigerian anywhere before the international community. And it's so sad. I must tell you the truth. It's so sad because when you look at the economy today, what do we get?
Governance, they should have empathy for the masses.
What we are expecting is they should reduce everything. Food, school fees, everything. Transportation, fuel, gas. Na shako we dey use now.
Welcome back to Market Insight. You have indeed heard from some Nigerians how they feel about this day. Now I'll tell you a story. Nigeria's journey, though fraught with obstacles, has seen significant strides that cannot be ignored. As Nigeria marks its 64th year since it began the journey to nationhood, as an independent country, many Nigerians would find it hard to celebrate this milestone or celebrate it with others. You would hear things like, "There is absolutely nothing to celebrate," they might say. And even though that they would be justified in saying that, they would not be entirely true. I'll take your mind back. Sometime in 2011, the former US ambassador to Nigeria, John Campbell, predicted that Nigeria would not exist beyond 2015. Remember? Now, at the time, this generated ripples of apprehension and paranoia amongst the populace, especially considering the state of the nation at the time. For some people, this dark and troubling prophecy seemed inevitable, especially as a few other African countries had already met a similar fate. To them, the disintegration of Nigeria was an inevitability. Now get this, it has been 13 years since Campbell's damning prediction, and Nigeria is still very much a country, going through a difficult period, yes, but whole and unbroken. Now, when Nigeria, the most populous African nation, gained independence in 1960, her GDP was $4.20 billion. Per capita income also was $93. At independence, Nigeria had a strong, undiversified economy. To remedy the defects of this, it had to diversify its economy. So, the Nigerian state invested heavily on education, which led to a reduction in the rate of illiteracy and ensured that the people gained the requisite skills and human resources to drive the development of the new nation. It also expanded roads and communication networks to allow for inroads into uncharted territories. But in order to create new employment opportunities, secondary industries and automobile plants were established. Although the government funded most of these developments with foreign help in form of loans, from countries such as Britain and the United States. Agriculture accounted for over 75% of foreign exchange earnings, 68% of GDP, and also created employment for about 65% of the population. As oil exploration got profitable in the 70s, agriculture began to lose its prized position. By 1969, a period when the nation was just beginning to tilt towards oil dependency, the oil sector accounted for less than 3% of GDP and $307 million in exports. Per capita income at the time was $130. Diversifying into oil led to the growth of an industrial sector from the early 70s. This led to employment of foreign capital in the domestic production of goods, which rippled into increased levels of industrialization, employment, and economic growth. And by 1980, oil accounted for about 30% of GDP, while oil exports accounted for 25 billion, that is 96% of total exports. Per capita income exceeded over $1,000. Also, the exchange rate was on a steady appreciating curve from the 70s. However, focus on oil led to a steady erosion of the competitiveness of non-oil tradable goods, reflected in a substantial decline of agricultural exports. But even as oil revenue increased, the government failed to strengthen public finances. Cue in the plundering of our commonwealth. Public expenditure grew from an average of 13% of GDP during the 1970 to 1973 period to 25% during the 1974 to 1980 period. This moved the fiscal balance from its small surplus to a deficit averaging 2.5% of GDP a year. Now, this led to a rapid growth and a sharp increase in inflation. The buoyancy of the oil sector meant that the nation could sustain an average current account surplus of 1.5% of its GDP, while its gross international reserves averaged the equivalent of almost 7 months of imports. And then, to 1980, Nigeria's external debt was only $4.1 billion, that's 5% of its GDP, while debt-to-service ratio was 3.7%. But the nation's lack of a proper economic master plan meant that it was ill-prepared for the oil price collapse in the first half of the 80s. Most of its public investment was costly infrastructure projects with questionable rates of return and sizable recurrent cost implication. Also, its industrial policy at the time was inward-looking, with huge government control and interference, meaning that its manufacturing sector was largely uncompetitive. To reverse the worsening economic fortunes as regards declining growth, increasing unemployment, over-the-top inflation rates, high poverty rates, increasing national debt, and unsustainable fiscal deficits, the government of the day embarked on the austerity measures in 1982. Remember? Of course you do. And by 1986, It implemented an extensive structural adjustment program, which placed an emphasis on expenditure reduction and expenditure switching policies to improve the private sector and the nation's economic growth. This led to little benefit that didn't in fact trickle down to the poor. Prior to 1986, a medium-term development plan, which was the song of the government, was being sung. The plan gave adequate priority to agriculture and industrial development and training of personnel as well. But the nation plunged into a civil war between 1967 to 1970, halting what was a promising economy. But from 1970 to 1974, another development plan was already in play. By this time, an indigenization decree in 1972 and 1974 ensured that Nigerians were in control of their economic fate. However, from 1975 to 1980, there was a third development plan. The collapse of oil prices affected the plan between 1981 to 1985. But by 1982, the government introduced an Economic Stabilization Act to cushion the effect of the reduction in oil revenue. It aimed to reduce government expenditure and also to conserve foreign reserves. But it wasn't enough. And so in 1986, the Nigerian government accepted an IMF-sponsored structural adjustment program, SAP, the very popular SAP. Again, remember that one? Of course you do. SAP's aim was to remove unnecessary administrative controls and create market-friendly environments. Although initially it recorded some measure of success, but whatever gain it made was later eroded by fluctuating economic policies between 1988 and 1989. SAP failed to realize the goal of creating wealth and promoting sound economic development. Frequent military coups in Nigeria ensured that there was little or no continuity in economic plans. And by 1992, inflation was at 48.8%. The rest of that decade was a blur until this very day. It's a mixed bag as to whether or not living conditions were better. Fast forward to 1999, the return to democracy and the start of the Fourth Republic, and since then, Nigeria has morphed into a trading outpost for goods produced in other regions of the world. Finally, as I close the story, aside from the early signs of its great potential in the 60s, the Nigerian economy is yet to experience remarkable transformation. Although it remains the most populated nation and the largest economy on the continent, one of the largest economies on the continent, the Nigerian economy continues to be mismanaged and plundered like a dead man's property. Is this entity a miracle? Yes. Nigeria is indeed a miracle. It is a miracle with economic trials and security concerns and centrifugal elements, but a miracle nonetheless. This is why it is important for us to not buy into the doomsday prophecies here and there, in some cases by Western powers concerning the state and future of our dear nation. In commemorating Nigeria's independence, it is important for us to celebrate the achievement that have brought us this far. Every milestone that we have crossed as a country is an indication of the collective will, the collective strength and grit that defines us as Nigerians. And that is the Nigerian spirit. Happy independence once again. This is still Market Insight in case you're just tuning in, and we're going to be talking about Nigeria 64 years after in the economic sphere. Taking a look at several critical sectors. Our guest is in the studio. He joins us very shortly, but not before this very short break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Market Insight. Yes, we are about to take a look at Nigeria, in retrospect, doing a market analysis of what's been happening economically across certain critical sectors of the country since independence up until this moment. We'll take as many as we can manage to squeeze in whatever time we have left. But we're being joined in the studio this morning by our guest. He is Mr. Oshilama Gabriel, Mr. Gabriel Oshilama Imomo, rather. He is an associate of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. He's also a management consultant and an oil and gas expert as well. He's also a policy analyst. Good morning, Mr. Gabriel. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. David. It's nice to be here.
It's lovely to have you join us. So, Mr. Gabriel, we're going to be taking a look at Nigeria, across some critical sectors that really have made the country or the country's economy tick over the years. We're 64 years now, and as I have already outlined, some Nigerians aren't particularly happy about it. But then again, there is something to be, grateful for, as he were, the fact that we're here, and as opposed to some, prophecies, as it were, so to use those words, or so to use that particular word, we haven't particularly gone down under. We're still standing. So let's start off with one very critical sector, which we were known for back in the day: agriculture. As it were, if we're to take a look at how it was back in the day across the different regions of the country, you could say that down west here in the southwest we had cocoa, products like cocoa. We had up north perishable food and livestock. Up in the southeast there was production and the industrialization move, and then of course in the south there was oil palm and fisheries, as it were. But generally, we were a country that were neck deep in what we had and what we could produce by way of agriculture, until much later on, where you had the oil boom, or the oil discovery, and then subsequent oil boom. As a matter of fact, at that time, agriculture accounted for about 75% of our forex earnings, 68% of our GDP, and 2/3 of the country was provided for by that very sector. Many years have passed. It still feels like we're crawling. What, in your view, has gone wrong over these years?
Thank you once again, Mr. David. In your preview, you do so much analyzing the trend that has happened to the Nigeria economy between 1960 till date. It's a fact that as of 1960, our GDP was in the region of 4.2 billion, with a population of about 45.1 approximately inhabitants in this economy, with per capita income of about 93%, 93 US dollars per the inhabitants of this nation. As at then, agric account for 60%, slightly over 60% of our GDP. Now, you have also gone as far as, giving us a preview to this interview that each region of the economy, then we have 3 regions before the Midwestern state came in. We are known for specific agricultural products. In the southwest, known for the cocoa. In the north, we have what we call the granite pyramids. Then in the southeast, Loba and palm oil. Now, as we progress, we seem to have lose sight of the main base of our economy. If you look at this product coming to the limelight, they were efforts right from the colonial era and the our nationalists then, the regional leadership of the Awolowo of this world, the Tafawa Balewa and Nnamdi Azikiwe in the East, they try as much as possible to give incentive and encourage the production of these products. And there was a market for it. Even then, you forgot to outline the marketing board, which were, established, especially by government, to drive the production of these products, help in the processing, and help to create international market for the farmers. So the country could earn, they could employ people who work in this farm and food for feed as at that period. But unfortunately, when the oil boom came in, we discovered oil in 1956, at a point immediately after the Civil War, we entered to the oil boom era, which more or less government attention were focused on the wheat for. Now, that era, you cannot actually also say government have not done a lot. From the proceed of the oil, that is when we established most of the dam. One of it is the one that the incidents we had in Borno the other time. You have the River Basin Development Authorities that were to help to drive irrigations and all the rest across the agri value chain. So what happened? What happened is the Nigeria story. Unfortunately, instead of us to continue to encourage people and businesses to invest in this sector, which since we were moving from market government control of enterprise to economic actors, that is the business sector, privatization, we ought to give incentive to encourage this way. Those incentives were not coming, and even when they were there, they were abused, which is lack of policy implementation or policy inconsistency along the line that had to, not getting much that is expected from this critical sector of the economy. And that is where we are now. It is so worrisome that we are talking of food import in a country that is so rich in agricultural potentials. There are some places you don't even need fertilizer to get farm, to get the optimal production or yield from crops. So that is the Nigeria story we have. We just hope that with the food security, was it an emergency the government was trying to deploy, we'll be able to activate this or maintain the already existing institutions to be able to deliver value, and, encourage extensive a form of agri extension to farmers and create security around that those farm network. I've always advocated that what we need at this time is a farm settlement across the regions, across the states. When we have security challenges, the peasant farmers can no longer go to the farm and, be sure that they will return home. It's as bad as that. So if government can create cluster across this developmental region based on their cooperative advantage, I am very sure that and provide security, the necessary tools like the machineries and all of that, bush clear the farming preparation and all of that. I'm sure we'll go back to our glorious days of agriculture contributing significantly.
All right. Now, Mr. Gabriel, you've said a number of very salient things, you made some salient points. However, I want to toe the line of some thoughts, out there in the media space who have said that, yes, there have been a few efforts. I'm talking about recently, in recent years, perhaps in the last 5 to a decade, 5 years to a decade, that is. Now, the government has done, government of the day had done a few things. However, they are looking at it from a narrow lens, per se, as opposed to from a more panoramic one that essentially and holistically captures the problem of the everyday Nigerian with regards to, agriculture and its resultant end product, which is, food on our tables, as it were. So, the thinking is there is a stark lack of political will. Do you share that sentiment?
Yeah, I share that sentiment, and very strongly too. It still boils down to what I refer to policy consistency.
Right.
In the immediate past, around 2000 to 2014-15, when we have this, one of the star in this country today, additional, was heading the agricultural ministry. We know what happened. We were more or less having self-sufficiency in product like rice, and they were doing a lot of incentive, even to then importers, to say, we'll give you license to import, provided you'll be able to establish farms. I know a few companies that invested heavily in that sector. But today we are talking about importation of rice in this country. So what has happened to the investment that have been deployed to that sector? So if government can be consistent, government come and go because everybody has its tenure. But again, policies that are working, there is need for us to amplify them and make sure they are sustained. So if we have that spirit that, yes, this country is a continuum, and the population is on a daily basis rising. The import is that you have many more mouths to feed on a daily basis. By World Bank estimate, the data as of today, we're in the region of 233, points, 1 or 2, the population of this country. And the rate we are growing could be more before the end of the year. So there is need to, activate those policies that worked, like the River Basin Development Authority I mentioned. They are there, they are being budgeted for, but are they delivering value to Nigerians? So if we activate these critical institutions that we are meant to drive the process, I think there is no room for hunger in Nigeria for anybody.
Mr. Imomo, just to, piggyback off of this last line of thought, policies that can be harped on, or policies that can be harnessed per se. Back in the 70s, the National Accelerated Food Production Program, that's the one of 73, the Operation Feed the Nation of 76, and back in the 80s, the Green Revolution. All of those policies seem to be geared towards self-sufficiency as far as food was concerned. We've seen, similar ones who've been redesigned or recreated, so to speak. One of them is the Economic Sustainability Act from back in the 70s, and now we're seeing the Economic Sustainability Bill that is being pushed to the National Assembly at this point in time. So based on what we had then, do you think there's a chance that we can, as I mentioned, recreate some of these policies that were, well intended for the country's agri sector? Do you think any of them, or perhaps all of them, would work in the current economic template or framework which we operate at this point in time?
Yeah. To be sincere with you, I've not seen the Economic Stabilization Act, maybe because it's still an ongoing process. I've not read the draft, and I don't think it has been signed. Maybe it's in the process. Now, otherwise,
I'm talking about the agri bills, or what we have there, yes, the Feed the Nation and the others.
the Operation Feed the Nation and the Green Revolution program were actually targeted towards sufficiency in food production. And to a large extent, these policies and the cautiousness it built on Nigeria were well articulated and they were working. That is the era you saw most retired generals, most retired professionals, they go back and start establishing farms across the country. Moving from there, the Shagari regime of the 80s also established the Green Revolution program, and that is what gave birth to most of these river basin development authority and dams. But the truth is this: how well are these institutions or this policy? How have we assured that they are delivering value? You know, then also there was this concessionary rate for agric production. Yes, whereby borrowers from that sector through the Nigeria Agric is it corporation, the one that is based in Kaduna, providing extension services and finance to would-be investors. So now, what the reality on ground is that we should see agric as a business because we are market driven, less of government intervention. But agricultural sector is not what is going to be left for businesses alone to drive. It's what government should, by deliberate policy, encourage by providing the right environment. You know, we have cases where generals are in the farm, maybe retired general, and from there they are kidnapped. We have cases where you have women who has gone to the farm to maybe to cultivate goods, and he ended up not coming back for this or this last sum is paid. So how can we provide security within the agricultural production zone to avoid this kind of incidents that is scaring people away from that sector? That need to be addressed. How can we also encourage companies that have already invested into the agricultural value chains? For instance, some big companies has gone into rice production, and now we are talking about importation of rice. Rice is a product that have less than 1 year cycle, maybe about 6 months in production cycle. There would have been a deliberate need to increase capacity of major companies who have gone into this area of production, so that we can be sure that, we got it right in this product, we got it right in the other product. This is where we have deficiency. The potentials are there, and I still believe the future and the policy government, if we were headed and harnessed, we rejuvenate that sector.
All right. Now let's cross over from the agric sector to another critical sector, energy. Now, at that time, when we had our agric mainstay, we pivoted to oil and gas, or to oil as you were, because of, its popularity, so to speak, at that time. Now, I reckon in the early periods of the 20th century, that was when oil was discovered. And then toward the mid-period, where we had our independence, we started to gain control of it. And then, of course, it even became a national, it became more nationalized, so to speak, in the 60s. And then in the 80s, cue in the oil boom. But somewhere along the line, something went wrong, as it were. Until today, as a matter of fact, back in the 80s, there were queues on the road. Till this very moment, there are still queues on the road. Surely, between that space of time, something went wrong. Can you, give us a sense of what these things were, and going forward, how we can make them better? Because there's still a lot of imbroglio going on in the downstream sector, particularly, especially in recent weeks. All of the stories, I'm pretty sure you've seen all of them and have followed all of them. So give us a sense of what's gone wrong in that particular chasm between our nationalization, if you like, of oil and this very moment.
Yeah, the story in the oil sector is actually of concern to most Nigerians. because as far back as in the early 70s, the idea to establish refineries to be able to produce enough energy for our use within the economy was mooted, executed with precision, and that gave birth to about 4 refineries we already have on board. The question is, why are they not working? That is the big question. Even the actors, the operators, they cannot provide a logical answers that will satisfy the average Nigeria, the everyday Nigeria on the streets. Now, the population have grown from that period to where we are now. There is more consumption needs within the economy than ever before. If we are operating at full capacity, what we have within the 4 refineries, at least we would have been able to meet a reasonable percentage and less of importation. Unfortunately, in the past more than 2 decades or close to 3 decades, we have been battling with importation of fuel. And once there is supply disruption, it affects supply across the regions in the country. Now, is there hope? Yes, there is hope. The hope lies with the Dangote coming on stream, a private individual. Is petrol going to be cheap? No. In a foreseeable future, I can't see petrol coming down, but price could be moderated. The evolution we have in prices now, where you cannot be sure of what will be done tomorrow, could be moderated with what we have. And if this present regime actually want to, address the need in that sector, they should find a way to activate the 4 refineries. But my concern is this: it's not really the downstream, because that is what most people look at. Because an average Nigeria, once you have something to eat and drink today, you seem to forget what will happen in the next 2 years or 3 years. My concern is this: in a situation where OPEC quota give us close to 2.4, I think, 2.3 over 2.3 to produce and export, we cannot meet up to 1.3 production capacity.
We've actually surpassed that. Last I checked, we're somewhere at 1.6, 1.7.
Yes, maybe, okay. Within that region, it's also a thing of concern to actors. And these are due to non-state actors, either by terms of valorization or outright stealing of oil. I was having a conversation before I come here with a friend, and I said, petroleum product is not bread. It's not a pin that the ordinary man who is hungry on the street can just put. And this is a highly guided region with security attention. And we know one of the presidential candidates has always told us that these things are being, the big boys in town and behind this. And it show up with the up and down with Dangote refinery of research, So we hope the new understanding that has been reached by supplying petroleum product to Dangote in Naira, we're able to generate and produce enough petroleum product to service the domestic and have lamina to export. I must tell you this. I want to quickly go into this. If government really need to do something, for me, it can be done. Let me put you back. There was a time in this country, the cement industry, we were net importer of cement. You go to Tikanara and the port locations, all you see is congestion. People are coming to the port to load enough trailers of cement to go and sell in the hinterland. But a deliberate policy of Obasanjo, during the Obasanjo regime, encourage the likes of Dagote, the likes of Bois, and a lot, Lafarge and all of them who has always been there, but they were not able to meet the local supplier then. Encourage them into full investment in that sector. And as of today, our business leaders in that sector, they are producing cement across African states. So we are more or less a net exporter of cement now. So if the leadership actually want to use the Dagote as a full stop to launch self-sufficiency in energy production, curtail the vandalization that is going on or the theft that is going on in the Niger Delta region, a lot could be achieved. And again, we have the pipelines. You know, our leaders in the past, in most cases, we blame them, but no, there was a foresight. People awarded contract, got them executed to lay pipe, to channel petroleum products from here to Kaduna. And we have supply station across the regions like Ole, Suleja, Auchi, and across the zone in the country, so that people who want to upload product, they don't need to come to the southern part of the country. They don't really need to come to Lagos to come and carry a trailer or a truck load of fuel before you go to Maiduguri. But we allow these lines to be vandalized. And I doubt if they are working as at today in Nigeria. So how do we make them work? Yes, they can say all of us are involved, but I think we need more of government action and the belief that, yes, they are elected to serve us and to add value to the society. With that, this problem could be solved.
Interesting stuff. Now, there are also too many questions I need to ask you still as far as this sector is concerned, but time is fast spent. And if I started to ask you, high chances are we're going to go well over the time. But let's cross over right now to another sector that is very critical, the financial sector, which is more or less your turf, as you were. We're not gonna end the program without going there, because that's your forte. The evolution of the financial market, or the stock market, or the capital market, as far as Nigeria is concerned, from when this country became a sovereign state up until this moment. In recent history, I think it was between 2004 and 2006, there was a huge paradigm shift, so to speak, in the financial sector. We saw mergers, we saw acquisitions, we saw some banks that we knew hitherto going under, some of them getting submerged, if you like, some of others getting getting their identity under another stronger entity, as you were. So all of those things led to the repositioning of the financial sector. And then even more recently, 2011, 2012, if memory serves me right, we had the cashless policy initiative. Now, circling back right to where we are, how do you see all of these, or how has all of these from the beginning to this very moment played out economically? And are there things we can do better from here on out?
Coming to finance sector, relatively you can see that seemed to be the most dynamic of all the sector, apart from the telecom. If you look at the evolution from the 1960s, largely encouraged by the bold step the then CBN governor, now governor of Anambra State, Soludo, took towards the recapitalization of those banks, which put them in the right footing to be able to venture into critical sectors of the economy. The idea was that they should be able to do big deal business and stimulate economic activities across spectrum. Now, why do I say they are more? There was a time in this country where before you go to bank and have a successful transaction, you need to know somebody there, and the queue can be very scary. We have moved after that capitalization policy to where you can actually own a bank, own an account without necessarily visiting a bank. Apart from few challenges, you might stay for 1 or 2 years without entering the banking hall. The evolution has been so tremendous that you can move money and increase the velocity of money. Money can easily exchange hands from one person to another, either for commercial or for social reason. So I see that sector very dynamic. And of recent, we have a development which most of us call the fintech, which seems to be taking over the new normal in the industry. And it's quite encouraging that they are doing tremendously well. But there are some pitfalls which government, they need to intensify regulatory activities across that sector. They need to emphasize on training, because you see if you engage most staff in the sector on sector level discussion, they are off. And meanwhile, instead of them to invest in training and retraining activities, they seem to hire a low cost, permit me to say, if I have to use cost for an individual. They look at what, hired contract staff or casual staff, a lot of casualization going on within the industry. Aside from this, the beef of the regulatory activities within the sector, such that sharp practices will be reduced. They need to be, the regulators need to be up their game, because the sophistication in the IT deployment, it seems the regulators cannot, they are not able to match that trade. They need to up their game so that they will be able to checkmate fraudulent activities with that region. But there's a certain area of the finance sector that is often concerned for me. If we are discussing the economy as of today, it's arising from the MPC that was just heard, and the CBN is coming out again with an MPR that is in the region of 27.25%. And the meaning of that is that interest rate will be in the region, prime ready rate will be in the region of between 32 to 33% in the market. You discover that if we allow this, it's more or less discouraging investment and production.
So you're saying, Mr. Momo, that this hawkish stance by the CBN is going to have
a negative impact on productive activities. There is no genuine manufacturer.
But it was well intended, because the idea, as you were, is to drive down inflationary pressure.
Yes, the inflationary pressure in the economy is cost push. It's not demand push. That is where, as much as I respect the view of members of MPC, they are well-learned professionals, but they need to be in touch with the ordinary participants in the economy. The inflationary pressure we have and the increased demand for FX, these are what the policy target is trying to checkmate. It's not as a result of demand, the aggregate demand, the average. Now, if you want to combat those activities, you need a lot of physical measure. The economy management is starting on a two-leg. You have the physical authorities, which has to do with the Ministry of Finance, the government, the executive arm. You have the monetary authorities. So you cannot actually use the monetary tools to arrive at the destination. So what we are doing, if you say CRR, the cash reserve requirement is 50%, and you put your MPR at close to 30%, to be specific, 27.25%, and you put liquidity ratio that high, the meaning is that the bank have no enough loanable funds we wish to finance even the Greek sector we dwell much about. We're able to finance the manufacturing sector that we need most sincerely at this critical time of our development. Remember, we are a developing nation. We are not developed. Even in developing nation, they encourage credit. So the credit is more expensive to purchase. Then you discourage people to access credit and be able to plug back into productive base. And I think that is where they need to have a rethink. And to do that, they need the economic team to really sit down with the monetary authorities in order to drive home a solution that will be serving the majority of Nigerians.
Okay, thank you very much. Too bad we don't have the luxury of time. I would love to go on with this particular conversation and even possibly touch on some other critical sectors, but we have run out of time. It's been a pleasure doing this with you, Mr. Gabriel Imomo. It's been a real good pleasure doing this with you. Thank you very much for joining us on the program today.
Thank you, David. It's nice to be here.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gabriel Imomo is an associate of the Chartered Institute of Nigeria, and he's a financial and management consultant as well as a policy analyst. He's done justice, albeit extemporaneously, and that's because of time, to some of the hot topics on the table vis-a-vis the critical sectors of the economy. We've been taking a look retrospectively at Nigeria economically 64 years later. We do hope that we've given you something to ponder on. Thank you for joining us on today's edition of Market Insight. Again, happy Independence Day. I am David Chidu. Stay tuned for the news at the top of the hour. Good morning.
Lagos Racecourse is the scene, and it's the afternoon of Nigeria's great day, with thousands awaiting the climax and resolved to relish every minute leading up to it. Princess Alexandra, with Sir James Robertson, the retiring Governor-General, must have enjoyed the whole jubilant atmosphere of the occasion. A first-class show was put on for the benefit of spectators. Entertainers fairly let themselves go, tumbling head over heels with delight. Celebrating, however, as we all know, can be a bit exhausting. The princess was received with yells from the kids. Her friendly charm had quickly made her very popular. It was as the representative of Her Majesty the Queen that Princess Alexandra of Kent returned in the evening. She was about to hand over Nigeria's constitution. And presently, quoting the Queen's own words, she was to wish Nigeria a great and noble future. This was the moment for which the country's leaders, in partnership with British authority, had patiently worked. The Nigerians themselves emphasized that all has been done in friendship, and that friendship will continue. Meanwhile, top-ranking Nigerians, wearing their finest robes, watched in dignified silence as the climax of Independence Day was reached. In handing over the documents to the Federal Prime Minister, Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Her Royal Highness handed over sovereignty to a new nation. The Union flag flying for the last time. Princess Alexandra was present, of course, for the final ceremony that took place on the stroke of midnight. This was the dramatic takeover by the new nation's own green and white flag. The next day came the state opening of Parliament. Princess Alexandra, wearing a white embroidered gown and a diamond tiara, entered the chamber where 350 senators and representatives and many guests had assembled. This was the first session of the first Parliament of the new Nigeria. Dr. Ezekwe, President of the Senate and Governor-General Designate, addressed the Princess, asking her to open Parliament by reading the speech from the throne.
Thank you for joining us on the news update. I am Temitope Omole. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu marked the country's 64th independence anniversary with a national address, acknowledging citizens' struggles amidst rising living costs and employment challenges. The president said his administration is committed to finding sustainable solutions and the implemented reforms are showing positive signs. He reiterated that fiscal policy reforms are also on the way, with the introduction of economic stabilization bills aimed at stimulating productive capacity, creating jobs and reducing tax burdens. Tinubu reflected on Nigeria's progress since independence, highlighting its resilience and growth despite past crises. He therefore urged for patience and reassured citizens that measures are being taken to address the high cost of living, particularly food costs, stating that the administration remains committed to free enterprise, regulatory efficacy, and improving the business environment to drive growth and prosperity. The divestment deal of ExxonMobil's Nigerian assets to Seplat Energy will receive a ministerial approval within days, as announced by the president during his independence speech. The president reiterated on his transition, stating that the government's commitment to facilitate a smooth transition for the deal, describing it as a focal point in Nigeria's economic strategy. The divestment deal, worth $1.28 billion between ExxonMobil and Seplat, will involve the takeover of ExxonMobil's Nigeria's offshore water operations. President Tinubu explained that the deal will create vibrancy and increase oil and gas production, with the expectation it will lead to a positive impact on Nigeria's economy. European stocks are expected to start the fourth quarter on a positive note, driven by gains in Japanese equities. The Nikkei 225 index surged 2% after a brief decline, while Asian stocks also showed significant growth. This upward momentum is likely to carry over into European markets, with futures indicating a strong opening. The positive sentiment is further boosted by China's stimulus-fueled surge, which concluded with a week-long holiday, with Asian markets demonstrating resilience and European stocks poised for growth. The fourth quarter begins on a promising note. The Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, ADNOC, has agreed to acquire German chemical producer Covestro AG for approximately £11.7 billion, marking the largest Middle Eastern acquisition of a European firm. The deal values Covestro at £62 per share, representing an 11% premium to its recent closing price and a 54% premium to its June 2023 price. ADNOC will also provide Covestro with £1 billion in fresh capital through a subscription to a capital increase. This strategic acquisition aligns with ADNOC's growth strategy, focusing on chemicals and petrochemicals expected to see rising demand. ADNOC's CEO, Sultan Al Jaber, has been pursuing global deals, investing in gas projects and expanding the company's portfolio. The Covestro acquisition demonstrates ADNOC's confidence in the chemical sector's long-term growth potential, driven by increasing demand for products like plastics. This deal follows ADNOC's previous investments in the US and Mozambique, solidifying its position as a major player in the global energy and chemicals markets. And the Bank of England policymaker Megan Green is optimistic about the UK's economic growth, but also cautious about potential inflation. She believes a strong consumer could trigger a new wave of inflation, driven by increased spending. Green noted that prices are currently moving in the right direction, which could lead to further interest rate cuts. The UK's inflation rate has been steadily decreasing, with the Consumer Prices Index CPI rising by 2.2% in the 12 months to August 2024, unchanged from July. The largest upward contribution to the monthly change in CPI came from airfares, which rose this year but fell a year ago. On the other hand, motor fuels and restaurants and hotels contributed to the downward movement. Green's comments highlight the importance of monitoring the economy's progress, particularly the potential for companies to raise prices as the economy gains momentum. And that's the news update at this hour here on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for watching. I am Tim Omole. Have a good afternoon.
I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kyrie Baker.
My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? What's up? What's up? Check it, go here and keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop. Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching.
SOUQ News Television. Every single time. Edgar says so.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America, because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Eno SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then, so, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England. But they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time. because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer, with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who had just won the election, or the one who had just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child, and I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting, behind 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikena Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Enahoro. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. You cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And we're trying to prepare your roster and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news, they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like General Didu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around, and Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have a call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they would ask the whole nation, they would say, where are we going to take this from? They would ask everybody, they would do a census, they would do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First attack. It's the only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own SOUQ all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people. Wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? When are we going to have another SOUQ? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a SOUQ in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them. Because They felt, maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, they are not a stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I due respect, I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there have been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't happen. Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, you're being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer. which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone to, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think that is we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. You know, he sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, you know, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I will get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owode-Oniri, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors, but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books, titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of men, delivered me. They thought I would never.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onofuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onofuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make things possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching me. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place
at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh car. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent.
And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Egypt. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. his love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the spot. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of practice.
Tony is not just a champion in the backyard. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side did not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Heirs Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible, the interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the higher-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have, in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
It's another independence anniversary for Nigeria as the nation marks its 64th year of freedom from the colonial masters. Since 1960, the nation has experienced a mix of military rule and civilian democracy, both of which have shaped its political, social, and economic landscape. Nigeria's governance began under a parliamentary system but was soon disrupted by a 1966 military coup, followed by the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Subsequently, military regimes under Generals Buhari, Babangida, and Abacha brought significant changes but were met by corruption, human rights abuses, and suppression of democratic rights. The annulment of the 1993 elections led to unrest, but Nigeria returned to civilian rule in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo, marking the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Obasanjo should be credited with reforming the civil service. He did his lot to improve the civil service. He did a little bit about infrastructure. And this issue of technology, Obasanjo blazed the trail. Telecommunications emanated from him. The advent, the pioneering efforts of telecommunications agencies can be traced to him. But he did a foundation. He tried to put the country together, tried to detribalize Nigerians. And he stressed the issue of leadership. He may have his own faults, but he emphasized the need for leadership to be accountable. The military government did not have to annul the election because it was the freest election in the history of Nigeria. It was a disappointment and a disaster for that election to be annulled. And all the challenges and problems that we have now, political problems, emanate from that annulment. In other words, people did not trust government anymore. People did not trust the electoral process anymore. And people looked on politics as a dirty game. Outside Nigeria, it portrayed us in bad light as a government of that was trending towards military dictatorship. Journalists, scholars, intellectuals, the labor, the academia, the diplomatic corps, everybody talked about this annulment. That it was unnecessary, it was uncalled for, and it was unconstitutional.
We changed from a military regime to democracy, for the democracy which they say that is for the people and by the people. But what we are seeing now is not for the people. It's for those that have muscle. It's not for a common man in Nigeria. So I think even when we were under the military regime, we enjoy few things. Though under military regime, no, let me say, it's not like a democracy, because military regime, those people, they have their own laws that if you are no politicians, then everybody is under military. So if you are a corrupt leader, they know how to deal with you. That was even when Abacha was the president. We knew how everything went on. Those people that they were killed because of their dubious way. So now, and even when we said that, okay, we don't want that to happen again, we want democracy so that we can make life better for our people. But now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult.
Since 1999, Nigeria has held 6 general elections, contributing to political stability. However, weak institutions and poor governance have hindered development. While reforms were initiated under Presidents Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari, systemic corruption drained resources and stalled growth. Anti-corruption efforts, although crucial, were often tainted by selective prosecution. Despite reforms, economic challenges persist. Between 2015 and 2017, Nigeria's GDP declined, reflecting minimal improvement in living standards. High youth unemployment remains a pressing issue, leading to frustration and social unrest. The Buhari administration focused on combating corruption and improving infrastructure, but inflation and joblessness continue to worsen.
From Obasanjo till now, I think there's no continuity. There was a breach somehow. Corruption came in, and there were not enough institutions, there were not enough instrumentality of government to curb corruption. Corruption came into government itself. I said there was no continuity because he has some projects that are still existing. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, for instance, it's has been on and off almost 15 years or 16 years since it has been on. There have been other projects like that. In other words, there was no blueprint for the development of Nigeria.
Despite Nigeria's natural wealth, widespread corruption has resulted in uneven development. Sectors like education and healthcare have suffered, especially in rural areas. Although some gains have been made in democratic consolidation with improved electoral processes, substantial challenges remain.
Nigeria is not working for its citizens. There's a difference between intention and outcome. The government says it has good intentions, that is doing all it can. You are throwing everything at the economy. You are saying, you are doing this. But what is the reality of the common man on the street? That's what needs to be fixed. Where the common man is suffering, it is the government's responsibility to ensure that things become better. So if government is giving itself kudos and saying, yes, we're doing the work, we're doing this and that, that's the intention you have. But that's not the outcome. That's not what the common man is feeling. So more work needs to be done. It's as simple as that. I was still arguing with someone a couple of minutes ago when he said, well, maybe military is better. And I said, no, military is not better. Most countries that develop, that have good human development indexes are governed in a democracy. It's not the best form of governance, but I don't know of a better form of governance than democracy. I mean, to me, it's best that, the country remains a democracy. But the point is, how do we elect the leaders? The leaders, even our electoral system needs to improve. Many times a lot of rigging goes on, a lot of, election malpractices and things like that. These things need to improve so that people can truly elect who they want. If people elect who they want, maybe they can have a better say in the governance. But when you are not part of the recruitment of your leaders, then you have little or nothing to say. So these are some of the issues. But by and large, we find ourselves with the leaders that we have now. They themselves should do better. The perception out there by everybody, without any exception, is that the leaders are only, taking care of themselves, leaving the citizens to fend for themselves. It shouldn't be so.
Looking at the many challenges being faced by Nigeria, the question is, what brought us here? Where did we start? Where did these challenges begin from? Could creating multiple states, the addition of states, could it be one of the problems that we have today? Let's find out.
What we have seen is that most of Nigerian states are not viable. So that's why some people will clamor that let's return to parliamentary system of governance where you have the parliament and you have provinces and things like that. The argument is neither here nor there. But statistically and from data, states in Nigeria as it is today, they are not viable. If you remove federal allocation from many of the states, most of them will collapse in terms of financial collapse. They are not viable. So trying to create more states, I don't know who is clamoring for it. If the present ones are not viable, why do you want to create more states?
Since 1985, Babangida was ruling. What the problem you have for us there is that he created many states and it's too much. That's more, our population is too high. Until now, and it gives us problem. And they still they want that new government now, they should give them more states. And it's not good. Population will be rising up. And we don't have enough of things to benefit for us in Nigeria. What we need this government now, this democracy now, to should stop it, to be increased state anyhow for the population. Because the problem Babangida gave us in Nigeria is that from 19 to 36, and now we are going to 40, it's bad.
The election of President Bola Tinubu in 2023 brings hope for renewed focus on economic recovery. However, his administration faces significant challenges, including unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The removal of fuel subsidies and fluctuating currency values have compounded the difficulties faced by ordinary Nigerians, with rising costs for transportation, food, and healthcare.
Now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult. And if you look at, like me now, I'm living in SOUQ, a place that I will pay from there to Ushodi. Before I was paying like 500 naira, 700 naira, but today I pay 1,000 naira to get to Ushodi. I was in Edo State. Fuel in Edo State is sold at the price of 1,300 and 1,400 naira per liter. So I don't even enjoy anything called democracy, because even common man now, you cannot put food on the table. Under military regime, we eat fine, we live fine. Even most of the things that we are enjoying was being built up by military. Even the roads, major roads that we could not repair them, major bridges that we could not repair them, name them. So we enjoy it. Even the refinery that 4 refineries that this democracy cannot bring it up. And then it was built under military regime. And now all 200 Nigerian people depending on Dangote's refinery to make life better. I don't think that is right.
The paper we are using, we are buying it. Let's say last year, we are buying it 3,000, 3,700. But now it's 6,000. The one I bought last is 6,500. This printing paper. So everything is too costly. Employ our government to please help us find solution to this situation. It's too much. It's too terrible to survive.
Ẹ wo irú ṣókóńdọ̀ tí èló là ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń rà ní 4,000 but things ó ti di 5+. Ó ti yé yín gbogbo àwọn ọjà ìyá wágùn tẹ wá rí nǹkan kan jẹ mọ́ èyí tó yẹ kó jẹ́ profit tiwa wọ́n ti mọ́.
Iṣẹ́ mọ́rúwá làwa ń ṣe ìlú wa yìí bó ṣe wà yìí oúnjẹ wọn a lè mú 1,000 dání èló làwọn onímọ̀rúwá ń pa owó ilé tá à ń san nílẹ̀ nísìn tẹ́ bá gbọ́ rúmà ń palọ̀ agbára wò ká rúmà ń palọ̀ àwọn onílé tá à ń gbàrú èrúùmù lọ́wọ́ wọn gan iye owó tó ń gbé ilé lẹ̀ fún wa sí ó ti wọ́n jù kí ìjọba wa kán bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí.
I know it's a painful thing to us because the way our situation be, at least our society is not really okay. But I want to say we are just managing everything and take it like as if it's not disturb us for mine. But when the time reach, I hope everybody will celebrate it. That's what I have to say.
1980, so I finished school. But now, even though to pay money for the school, it's very difficult for people in Nigeria, not Lagos, but in Nigeria. And people was complaining, you have a leadership, you can give order to what happened. Like when I was in school by time 1980, on this one, Jakonde, big house. Now to pay money for the rent house now, it's very hard. Even though to enter the transport, and people are talking about the fuel. What our president want to do about the fuel and what happened about the landlord and the transport station in Nigeria now. The president to find solution on it.
Nigeria's journey since independence reflects both progress and persistent challenges. While strides have been made in democratic stability, corruption and economic mismanagement continue to hold the nations back. Moving forward, stronger institutions and governance reforms are essential to realizing Nigeria's full potential. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
On October 1st, 1960, Nigeria emerged as an independent nation after nearly 60 years of British colonial rule. Today we take you back to that historic day, a moment of pride, joy, and hope for a new future.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
The celebration began at dawn with the ceremonial raising of the Nigerian flag, symbolizing the birth of a nation. Citizens from all walks of life gathered to witness this pivotal moment in history. Nigeria's independence was a culmination of years of struggle and negotiation by nationalists such as Michael Okpara, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ahmadu Bello, Obafemi Awolowo, Tafawa Balewa, Margaret Ekpo, Bola Ige, Aminu Kano, among others. The demand for self-governance has been growing since the early 20th century, fueled by nationalistic movements across the country. The official independence ceremony took place at Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos, attended by dignitaries, foreign guests, and thousands of enthusiastic citizens. The Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth, could not attend, but her presence was felt as Sir James Robertson, the last British Governor General of Nigeria, was on ground to formally hand over power to Nigerian leaders during the independence ceremony. Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa afterwards delivered a powerful speech reflecting on the sacrifices made for freedom and the responsibilities that independence entails.
Those who have struggled and worked to achieve independence will share with you and the great country which you represent a special meaning of liberty, of freedom from outside control, and opportunities for the fulfillment of one's national desires and cultural heritage. No one who visits the United States of America will fail to notice the effects of a free society and of a democratic system of government in which the rulers are the embodiments of the will of the people, and where the activity of those who rule are reviewed frankly from time to time by the entire population.
Emotions ran high as people celebrated their newfound freedom. Many expressed their hopes for a prosperous and united Nigeria, while others remembered the struggles of the past. It was a day of joy and hope. We felt a sense of ownership of our country and were determined to build a better future for our children. The streets of Lagos erupted into carnival parades featuring marching bands, floats, and dancers. The atmosphere was electric, with songs of liberation echoing through the air. As night fell, the skies lit up with fireworks celebrating the dawn of a new era. Nigerians proud of their identity gathered with family and friends to share in the festivities. Nigeria's independence was not just a political change, but a profound transformation to the hearts and minds of its people. As we remember this historic day, we look forward to the challenges and triumphs that lie ahead for this vibrant nation.
Struggle with rising costs and the search for meaningful employment. I want to assure you that your voices are heard. As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs, and we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Exactly 64 years ago, our founding fathers chose democracy as a form of government and launched the dream of a great country that would lead the rest of Africa out of poverty, ignorance, and underdevelopment. A beacon of hope for the rest of Africa and the world. Over 6 decades later, we can look back and Nigerians worldwide can see how well we have succeeded in realizing the lofty dream of our founding fathers. The world is witnessing and benefiting from the can-do spirit of Nigerian people, our massive intellectual capacity, and our enterprise and industry in all vocations, from art to science, technology to infrastructure. The dreams that our founding fathers envisaged are still work in progress. Every day, we put our hands on the plow, determined to do a better job of it. While it is tempting to focus on what has been left undone and where we have stumbled as a nation, we must never lose sight of how far we have come in forging and holding our country together. Since independence, our nation has survived many crises and upheavals that led to the dissolution and disintegration of many other nations worldwide. 6 years after independence, our country descended into a political crisis that led to a bitter and avoidable civil war. Since returning from the brink of that darkest moment, we have learned to embrace our diversity and manage our differences better as we continue to work towards engendering a more perfect union. Despite the many challenges that buffeted our country, we remain a strong, united, and viable sovereign nation. Dear compatriots, our independence anniversary gave us another chance to reflect on how far we have gone in our journey to nation building and to renew our commitment to building a better nation that will serve present and future generations of Nigerians. While we celebrate the progress we have made as people in the last 64 years, we must also recognize some of our missed opportunities and mistakes of the past if we are to become one of the greatest nations on earth, as God has destined us to be. Our mistake must not be follow into the future. My administration took over leadership of our country 16 months ago at a critical juncture. The economy faced many headwinds and our physical security highly impaired. We found ourselves at a distant crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse. We decided to reform our political economy and defense architecture. On the security front, I am happy to announce to you, my compatriots, that our administration is winning the war on terror and banditry. Our target is to eliminate all threats of Boko Haram, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and the scourge of all forms of violent extremism. Within 1 year, our government has eliminated many Boko Haram and bandit commanders faster than ever. As of the last count, over 300 Boko Haram and bandit commanders have been eliminated by our gallant troops in the northeast, northwest, and some other part of the country. We have restored peace to hundreds of communities in the north, and thousands of our people have been able to return home. It is an unfinished business, I agree, which our security agencies are committed to ending as quickly as possible. As soon as we can restore peace to many communities in the troubled part of the north, our farmers can return to their farms. We expect to see a leap in food production and a downward spiral in food costs. I promise you, we shall not falter on this. Our government has been responding to the recent natural disasters, particularly the flooding in the part of the country. After Vice President Kashim Shettima visited Maiduguri, I also visited to assure our people that this federal government will always stand with our people in their times of trouble. At the last meeting of the Federal Executive Council, we approved a disaster relief fund to mobilize private and public sector funds to help us respond faster to emergencies. Our government has also ordered integrity tests of our dams in the country to avert future disasters. The economy is undergoing the necessary reforms and retooling to serve us better and more sustainably. If we do not correct the physical misalignment that led to the current economic downturn, our country will face an uncertain future and the peril of unimaginable consequences. Thanks to the reform, our country attracted foreign direct investment worth more than $30 billion in the last year. Fellow compatriots, our administration is committed to free enterprises, free entry and free exit in investment while maintaining the sanctity and efficacy of our regulatory processes. This principle guides the divestment transaction in our upstream sector, where we are committed to changing the fortune positively. As such, ExxonMobil surplus divestment will receive ministerial approval in a matter of days, having been concluded by the regulator, NUPRC, in line with the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA. This was done in the same manner as other qualified divestment approved in the sector. The move will create vibrancy and increase oil and gas production positively, impacting our economy. The more disciplined approach adopted by the central bank to monetary policy management has ensured stability and predictability in our foreign exchange market. We inherited a reserve of over 33 billion 16 months ago. Since then, we have paid back the inherited forex backlog of 7 billion. We have cleared the ways and means debt of over 30 trillion naira. We have reduced the debt service ratio from 97% to 68%. Despite all this, we have managed to keep our foreign reserve at 37 billion. We continue to meet all our obligations and pay our bills. We are moving ahead with our fiscal policy reforms. We stimulate our productive capacity and create more jobs and prosperity. The Federal Executive Council approved the Economic Stabilization Bill, which will now be transmitted to the National Assembly. This transformative bill will make our business environment more friendly, stimulate investment, and reduce the tax burden on businesses and workers once they are passed into law. As part of our efforts to re-engineer our political economy, we are resolute in our determination to implement the Supreme Court judgment on the financial autonomy of local governments. The central concern of our people today is the high cost of living, especially food costs. This concern is shared by many around the globe as prices and the cost of living continue to rise worldwide. My fellow Nigerians, please be assured that we are implementing many measures to reduce the cost of living at home. I commend the governors, particularly in Kebbi, Niger, Jigawa, Kwara, Nasarawa, and other Southwest governors that have embraced our agricultural production program. I urge other states to join the federal government in investing in mechanized farming. We are playing our part by supplying fertilizer and making tractors and other farm equipment available. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved establishing a local assembly plant for 2,000 John Deere tractors, combine harvesters, disc riders, bottom plows, and other farm equipment. The plant has a completion time of 6 months. Our energy transition program is on course. We are expanding the adoption of the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas for mass transit with private sector players. The federal government is ready to assist the 36 states and FCT in acquiring CNG buses for cheaper public transportation. Fellow Nigerians, while we are working to stabilize the economy and secure the country, we also seek to foster national unity and build social harmony and cohesion. Our economy can only thrive when there is peace. As we work to overcome the challenges of the day, we remain mindful of next generation as we seek to galvanize their creative energy towards a better future. We lead today with the future we wish to bequeath to our children in focus, recognizing that we cannot design a future that belongs to them without making them its architects. Considering this, I am pleased to announce the gathering of a national youth conference. This conference will be a platform to address the diverse challenges and opportunities confronting our young people, who constitute more than 60% of our population. It will provoke meaningful dialogue and empower our young people to participate actively in nation building by ensuring that their voices are heard in shaping the policies that impact their lives. We are creating a pathway for a brighter tomorrow. The 30-day confab will unite young people nationwide to collaboratively develop solutions to issues such as education, employment, innovation, security, and social justice. The modality of this confab and selection of delegates will be designed in close consultation with our young people through their representatives. Through this confab, it will be our job as leaders to ensure that their aspirations are at the heart of the conference deliberations. The government will thoroughly consider and implement the recommendations and outcomes from this forum as we remain resolute in our mission to build a more inclusive, prosperous, and united Nigeria. Our government is implementing several other youth-centric programs to give our young people an advantage in rapid changing world. We are implementing, among others, the 3 million technical program of the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, aimed at building Nigeria's technical talent backbone. We have also enthusiastically implemented the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, which provides cheap loans to our students to pursue their tertiary educational dream. In addition, later this month, we shall launch the Renewable Hope Labor Employment and Empowerment, the LEAP. It is conceived as a comprehensive suite of interventions and job creation by Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment that is aimed at facilitating the creation of 2.5 million jobs directly and indirectly on an annual incremental basis, while simultaneously ensuring the welfare and safety of workers across the country, as is the tradition. The government will soon announce all the beneficiaries of our national honors for 2024. The Senate President and the Chief Justice of the Federation have been conferred with the honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. The Deputy Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives have honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, while the Deputy Speaker of the House has been awarded Commander of the Order of Niger, CON. Fellow Nigerians, better days are ahead of us. The challenge of the moment must always make us believe in ourselves. We are Nigerians, resilient and tenacious. We always prevail and rise above our circumstances. I urge you to believe in our nation's promise. The road ahead may be challenging, but we will forge a path towards a brighter future with your support. Together, we will cultivate a Nigeria that reflects the aspiration of all its citizens, a nation that resonates with pride, dignity, and shared success. As agents of change, we can shape our destiny and build a brighter future by ourselves, for ourselves, and future generations. Please join us and join our administration in this journey towards a brighter future. Let us work together to build a greater Nigeria where every citizen can access opportunities and every child can grow up with hope and promise. May God continue to bless our nation and keep members of our armed forces safe. Happy Independence Anniversary, fellow Nigerians.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, Mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Egbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to the news on the hour on SOUQ News Television, Lagos. I am David Chiedu. First, the headlines. Thanks for staying tuned. Now to the news in detail. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in a national broadcast marking Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, acknowledged the economic challenges faced by citizens, including rising living costs and unemployment. He reassured Nigerians that his administration is committed to implementing reforms to alleviate these hardships, urging patience as positive changes begin to unfold. Reflecting on Nigeria's journey since independence, President Tinubu celebrated the resilience of the nation, which has survived numerous crises and upheavals, unlike many nations that have dissolved. He emphasized the need for unity and the importance of learning from past mistakes to build a brighter future. Tinubu highlighted significant progress in security, stating that his administration is actively combating terrorism and banditry, with over 300 Boko Haram and bandit commanders reportedly eliminated in just 1 year. He reaffirmed the government's dedication to creating a secure environment conducive to economic growth and national development, urging all Nigerians to commit to nation building for future generations. And to state matters, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has marked Nigeria's Independence Day with a celebration at the Lagos State House in Marina. The event kicked off with prayers from both Muslim and Christian clerics, declaring prophecies over Nigeria.
It's our heritage because Nigeria belongs to God. Lord, as we are moving to see 65 years of existence of Nigeria, Lord, you will lead us through. You will guide us, oh Lord. Everything that look impossible, Father, they become possible. And at the end of the day, we shall look back and know that indeed you are our God. Father, King of glory, we declare peace in Nigeria. We declare peace for Nigeria. We declare security free for all of us in the name of Jesus. And we pray for prosperity in Nigeria. Nigeria, you will blossom again. Nigeria, you will rise again. Nigeria, you prosper again. Nigeria, you move forward again. Nigeria, you experience tremendous growth again. And it shall be well with our nation.
السجادة كان كوكب دري يوقد في شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Sanwo-Olu stated that the 64th anniversary of the nation's independence is a time for reflection on the nation's journey. He further said that Nigerians have faced and overcome several hurdles, and his administration believes in its drive to cultivate a Lagos and a Nigeria that realizes the aspirations of every citizen. One of those present at the event who spoke with SOUQ News had this to say.
We are making progress. We are still number one in Africa. The greatest country in Africa, the most endowed, most educated. It's just that we in Nigeria don't know what we have. The most populated, endowed in the sense that we have oil, we have the lands that we can use to cultivate and feed Africa. But unfortunately, we have not utilized our potentials very well. And that is what this president is trying to do. We have frittered away so many opportunities, many years of military rule, democracy, division within the country, so many things are happening. But I think this president is going to fix this country.
The event was attended by the Deputy Governor, Hamzat Kadiri, Head of Service, Bode Aguru, religious leaders, party chieftains, among others. The government of Nigeria, the federal government of Nigeria, has signed a $180 22 billion naira equity participation agreement with 6 indigenous gas companies to enhance the midstream gas value chain. The agreement, facilitated through the Midstream Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund, MDGIF, aims to bolster Nigeria's gas infrastructure, driving economic growth and energy security. Speaking at the signing ceremony in Abuja, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Ekperipe Ekpo, said the agreement includes joint operating equity contribution and joint venture account agreement. The 6 companies involved are SOUQ Energy Holdings Limited, Femadec Energy Limited, Ibile Oil and Gas Corporation, SOUQ Oil and Gas Limited, Rolling Energy Limited and Topline Limited. ECHO noted that the companies were carefully selected based on their expertise and alignment with Nigeria's Petroleum Industry Act 2021, reflecting the government's focus on sustainable energy. And now we are joined to have some more conversations with regards to Nigeria as we mark our 64th independence today, October 1st, 2024. We're joined by Mr. Olalekan Oni. He's a public affairs analyst. Welcome to SOUQ News Hour, Mr.
Good afternoon.
Now let's take a look at Nigeria at 64. In the Committee of Nations, we're regarded as emerging, we're regarded as a frontier, we're regarded as, developing, as you were. But down here, it's still a mixed bag as, regards what our lot has been 64 years and counting. In your assessment, how would you say that we have fared so far? Given or going by what has been said across the board in the media by most Nigerians?
Well, let me first of all say that happy independence to Nigerians, and I wish that we should have, moved ahead beyond where we are presently. I also believe that the country Nigeria is not where it ought to be presently. I believe that at 64, some of the things we still experience, or some of the things we are still experiencing in the country are supposed to have become a thing of the past. If you look at the standard of living of Nigerians, for example, the infrastructural state of Nigeria as a country, and in many parts, we are not where we ought to be. But have we made some progress in some areas? Well, I would say yes. And that's progress because what I see is that majority of us, we focus more on what is not working than some of the things that are working. It's not the kind of peace, for example. Some of if you have read or followed the president's speech, it was talking about some of the things that the nation Nigeria have experienced after independence. Some other nations who have not even experienced such magnitude have collapsed and are presently in serious war and all of that. But today we have the issue of insecurity in our hands, but we are not at war in Nigeria. So if you look at all of these things, somehow, we have some appreciable peace in Nigeria, in some parts of the country, and one way or the other, I believe that we have made some progress in Nigeria over the last 64 years.
To take you up on what you just said, yes, it's correct that we have attained some strides, some successes, as it were, over the years. But the president's speech is just like what we've had every other year on Independence Day by the leadership in charge. Some will consider it as, what needs to be done, as it were, the official, if you like, the official action of the day per se. But isn't it a bit reductive to say that Nigerians who should be the direct recipients of the government's policies, if you like, or the direct recipients of the successes, so to speak, of the government's policy of the day. Now, these same people are coming to say, you haven't particularly touched us in our sweet spot. Are they out of order to have said that or to be saying that? And this is not to discount whether or not we've had some progress or not.
First, let me also say that Nigerians, in their diversity, will always have diverse opinions about what is happening in the country per time. So that means that some Nigerians will say that so far it has been bad. And some Nigerians will say that so far it has been good.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
And so some will also say that whatever the government is doing, probably the present government has actually not touched their lives. They are not feeling anything the government is saying. And some will also say that some of the policies or the programs of the government, of the present government, is affecting them positively. Let me give just one instance. If you look at, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago, most likely a week ago, the federal government rolled out free kits and conversion for CNG. You know, because of what we have about the fuel cost, the PMS cost, you know, it's touching everybody. No matter who you are, you have issues about the high cost of PMS that we now buy, either you have a car or not, because that has led to hyperinflation about products and all of that. But so this is where I'm going. So a week ago, the federal government rolled out a free 1 million conversion kits and conversion, and we saw how people benefited from it. That program alone, one way or the other, has touched people's lives and has also moved them from economically from one step to another. And we saw how transport owners, people who run transport, who are into transport business, how they brought their taxis or vehicles to come and do the free conversion. And now what it means to them is that instead of buying 950 naira fuel, you can now buy 230 naira per kg, which is 1.5 liter. What it means is that there's a reduction in your cost, you know, in your running cost, which is like 40 or 60% reduction in your running cost. So I'm just explaining that one way or the other, there are people, we might now say that probably the percentage of people being affected adversely is higher than people being affected positively. But what I'm saying in essence is that some section will say that the present government or whatever government has actually they've not benefited from the government. And some will also have the testimony of saying that one thing or the other has touched their lives positively.
Okay, now let's go this route. 25 years in, since 1999.
Uninterrupted democracy.
Exactly, absolutely spot on. Uninterrupted democracy. From one government to another to the present government that we have here. In your view, would you say that Nigerians generally have been better off, democratically speaking? Would you say that we've gotten the dividend of democracy? And I say this because there's a feeling that that vis-a-vis the tenets of good governance is still a far-fetched ideal. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is that generally, largely, Nigerians have not gotten the dividends of democracy. Largely. And when I say largely, you know, like I explained, it means that a lot of people, a larger percentage of Nigerians have actually not gotten the dividends of democracy. And even beyond democracy, you know, we're running the military, whatever, before the uninterrupted democracy came. You know, the resources that we have in this country have actually not worked for Nigerians, not being used for Nigerians.
Why is that? Because you heard the elder statesman, Joe
Ibokwe,
speaking about it, talking about, you know, how we are this, we are that. But then he just, you know, clipped a very sour spot and said that despite the fact that we have all these things, we haven't particularly been able to harness them to reach our full potential. And that is essentially the story across the board in the Committee of Nations. Why do you think that is? And why are we still, you know, groveling in the dark?
Leadership problem. It's critical. You know, it boils down, the buck stops on the table of the leaders that we have. You know, so if you have leaders who are coming or who have been on board, who do not have, whose majority purpose or aim is to grab and not to work for the people, that's where we have this problem. For instance, again, you know, look at Nigeria. I want to give an instance. Nigeria has the second largest deposit of bitumen across the world. And you know, bitumen is being processed into many things. The coal tar that we use to tar our road, this black one on the surface, is gotten from bitumen, for instance. And up till now, we still import. Meanwhile, we have this bitumen deposit in Nigeria. In fact, studies mentioned some high figures of billions of dollars that Nigeria can generate from bitumen annually, which will contribute to our GDP, which will contribute to our economies, create jobs, and bring in money for Nigeria. But what are we doing about it? You understand? And many other resources that we have in Nigeria. So I believe that we have this leadership problem whereby our resources have not been tapped or been made to work for Nigerians. And look at the bogus, a lot of people have complained about our legislature, how we have a unicamera or a bicameral, how do I put it? You know, a bicameral legislature, and whereby people have said that it should be reduced to one. And if you look at all of this cost of governance and all of these things, I kept saying it. Nigeria does not have the issue of a good law or good policies. You and I, you might have heard about a whole lot of policies every time, but it has always remained a document. You know, one of the fears I heard the president saying that there will be a youth confab, which for me is a good step in the right direction. And I was happy that it says that everything that is being, you know, suggested in that confab will be or shall be implemented. But, you know, we've had this issue of having confabs in the past, calling people together to say this is what we want and all of that. What have been the outcome? How have they been able to implement all of this confab? If you read there's this Oronsai report that this president should have been talking about. If you look at that Oronsai report, it talks about true federalism and many things. In fact, people will say that this current president is trying to, you know, implement the Oronsai report because many of the things, you know, for example, the local government autonomy that we have and many other things and true federalism and all of that. If you look at it again now, almost all the regions now have their development commission. You have the Niger Delta Development Commission, you have the Southwest Development Commission, Southeast, Southwest, and all of that. And that's part of, you know, people are saying that the president is trying to devolve powers and all of that. So what I'm saying in essence is that if you have all of these things, why is it that leaders now find it very difficult to implement all of these things? To make the resources work for the people.
Now, to jump in there just for a little bit, still speaking about this issue of leadership and, you know, all it entails to deliver the dividends of democracy as he were. Where is the place of the electorate? And I'll tell you why I asked that question, because essentially the electorate, I'll tell you why I asked that, because it's an agreement, if you like, in principle, a social contract, the leadership and the led. So where the leadership says, we're going to do X, Y, Z for you, all you have to do is, you know, do this and that and do your part, essentially. So as far as, you know, leadership is concerned, it does seem like for a long time, or for the longest time possible, there's been a dearth of transparency. There's been a dearth of accountability. The electorate being almost incapable of holding leadership to account. Can you speak to that very quickly? Very, very quickly.
All right. So for me, this is it. When I talk about leadership, a lot of people focus on politicians, for example, especially elected politicians. But for me, it goes beyond that. We also have leaders in private sector, in churches, religious organizations, everywhere. Even in this place, we have leadership. So it works, it goes back down to, and I also believe that the people get the kind of leaders they deserve. Our leaders in everywhere, in every place in Nigeria, didn't fall from heaven. They also grew from one place to the other. So I believe that when you talk about the people that are being led, we also have a part to play. Wherever I find myself, I'm expected to do well and treat the people well, allocate resources in my care very well.
On a final note, if you can do this in 10 seconds or 20, I would love that. The ESB is part of what Mr. President mentioned, the Economic Stabilization Bill, essentially geared towards taking care of a lot of things on the fiscal side. How do you see this panning out for Nigerians in the near term? Very quickly.
Well, I believe that ESB is also for, to stabilize the economy and make the economy better for Nigerians. And I don't have the contents of the ESB offer now, but I believe very well that this bill is meant to make the economy better and then improve the standard of living of Nigerians.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olalekan for joining us on SOUQ News Hour. You are still watching SOUQ News Hour here on SOUQ News Television. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, the news returns. Join us. Many thanks for staying tuned. You're still watching SOUQ News Television today, October 1, 2024. In a remarkable display of resilience, the Nigerian stock market witnessed a gain of over 1.15 trillion naira in September 2024. Despite ongoing economic challenges, the market capitalization soared to 56.635 trillion naira, up from 55.477 trillion naira at the end of August. The NGX All-Share Index also rose by 2.05%, closing at 98,558.79 points, a significant increase from 96,579.54 points in the previous month. Positive performance was noted across various indices, with the NGX Main Board Index climbing 0.9% and the Banking Index surging by 10.2%. Investors capitalized on undervalued stocks, with foreign interest rekindled due to improvements in the foreign exchange market. The total trading volume increased by 134.1% to 1.86 billion units, valued at 111.58 billion naira across 10,583 deals. Analysts note that this upward trend presents opportunities for investors to buy into fairly priced companies as they await third quarter corporate results. And the Association of Mega Filling Station Owners of Nigeria has proposed a partnership with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to deliver fuel at reduced rates to all 774 local government areas in the country. The association's president, Davidson Okata, made this announcement following a meeting in Abuja emphasizing the widespread presence of the AMFSON filling stations, which facilitate easier access to affordable petroleum products nationwide. Okata highlighted the importance of collaboration between the AMSN and the NNPCL, stating that their members could significantly enhance fuel availability at the grassroots levels. He noted that while NNPCL stations are primarily located in state capitals, AMSN's network spans every local council, ensuring that communities can access fuel conveniently. He urged stakeholders in the downstream petroleum sector to recognize AMSN as a vital partner in delivering affordable fuel to Nigerians, stating that the association's recent relocation of its national secretariat to the heart of Abuja is expected to further strengthen its operational capacity and reach. The Nigerian Army has commenced recruitment for its 88th regular recruit intake, offering young Nigerians the opportunity to serve in the nation's military. The intake is open to non-tradespeople and tradespeople, including those with specialized skills like mechanics and electricians. Candidates must complete online registration by November 8, 2024, with screening scheduled between December 5 and 19 across their states of origin. Eligible applicants must be Nigerian citizens aged 18 to 22 for non-tradespeople and up to 26 for tradespeople. Minimum height requirement are 1.68 meters for men and 1.68 meters for women, with at least 4 passes in WASE, GCE, NECO, and the NAPTEP. Candidates must apply through the Nigerian Army recruitment portal, submitting their forms online before the registration deadline. Now, for more stories across the African continent shortly. Stay with us. You're welcome back. Now to other parts of the African continent. Botswana's High Commissioner to Nigeria, Filda Kereng, has called for enhanced trade cooperation between Botswana and Nigeria to strengthen economic ties. Speaking at Botswana's 58th National Day celebration in Abuja, Kereng emphasized the need for deeper business collaboration, particularly in sectors such as creative industries, agriculture, and textiles. She highlighted Nigeria's resilience in business and the potential for both countries to lead Africa in economic development. Kereng noted that while trade between the two nations is currently limited, there are significant opportunities to expand, particularly through creative skills, cosmetics, textiles, and livestock farming. Botswana, known for its beef exports to Europe, could benefit from further collaboration with Nigeria. Kereng stressed the importance of increasing trade volume, encouraging Nigerian businessmen and encouraging Nigerian investment, in Botswana's creative sector and enhancing cooperation in livestock and beef production. Humphrey Geiseb, Namibia's High Commissioner to Nigeria, also praised Botswana's economic achievement, noting its global standing as a major diamond producer, which enhances its potential to boost Africa's economic growth. And Capitec Bank, South Africa's largest retail bank by customer count, has reported impressive interim results exceeding forecasts with a 36% surge in profit. This growth is largely attributed to reduced loan losses, which enabled the bank's headline earnings to rise to 6.394 billion rand for the 6-month ending August 31. The bank's net interest income after credit impairment saw a remarkable 72% increase, while non-interest income grew by 22%, driven by transaction and commission income. Capitec's proactive approach to managing risk has paid off, with credit impairments declining by 15% to 729 million rand. The lender's personal banking credit loss ratio improved significantly from 11% to 8.3%, surpassing its target ahead of schedule. As a result, Capitec declared an interim dividend of 20.85 rand per share, representing a 36% increase from the previous year. With 23 million active clients, Capitec's strong performance underscores its position as a leader in South Africa's retail banking sector. And elsewhere, Libya's Eastern Parliament has anointed Naji Mohammed Issa Belkacem as the new governor of the central bank following the dismissal of former governor Sadiq Al-Kabir. The appointment, confirmed on Monday, saw all 108 lawmakers voting in favor of Belkacem, who previously served as the bank's director of banking and monetary control, while Mari Muftar Rahil Barasi was also named as deputy governor. This move follows a UN-facilitated agreement between the parliament and the High Council of the state to restructure Libya's central bank leadership. The former governor, Al-Kabir, who held the position since 2011, faced criticism from both political factions over the management of Libya's oil revenues. The appointment of Belkacem is seen as a step towards stabilizing the country's monetary policies and ensuring the management of Libya's oil wealth is handled with greater transparency. And to Rwanda, the National Bank of Rwanda, BNR, has transitioned from a 2-year period of monetary tightening, which saw interest rates increase by 300 basis points to curb rising inflation. In May 2024, the central bank reversed its stance, cutting the policy rate by 50 basis points to 7%, easing borrowing costs across the economy. This shift followed a significant reduction in inflation, which dropped from 20.2% in early 2023 to 4.7% in the first quarter of 2024. The central bank expects inflation to remain around 5% for the rest of the year, supported by staple food prices and easing global inflation pressures. Despite the adjustments, lending rates remain slow to align with the new policy. However, deposit rates and bond yields have started to respond positively. While the Rwandan franc continues to depreciate against the US dollar, officials maintain confidence in the country's long-term economic stability, citing export growth and domestic production improvement. And Cameroon's cocoa farmers have resorted to forming vigilantes and using unorthodox methods to combat the surge in cocoa theft due to rising global prices, which has tripled since the start of the 2023-2024 season. To protect their livelihoods, farmers are forming vigilante groups armed with machetes, amulets, whistles, and reflective jackets to keep watch and send out alerts. The liberalized market in Cameroon means that farmers receive higher prices for their cocoa, making it a lucrative target for thieves. Authorities and buyers are now implementing measures to secure crops and supply chains, including refusing to buy cocoa from unregistered farmers or children. Local authorities have banned the sale of non-dried cocoa in some areas, a move hoped to be extended nationwide. The global cocoa shortage, driven by adverse weather conditions and plant diseases in top growers, Ivory Coast and Ghana, has led to increased demand and higher prices. South Africa's manufacturing sector demonstrated significant growth in September, with the ABSA-sponsored Purchasing Managers Index, PMI, climbing to 52.8 points from 43.6 in August. This increase surpasses the critical 50-point mark, indicating expansion within the sector. The growth is primarily attributed to improved domestic and export demand, alongside a recent interest rate cut that has bolstered sentiment and expectations for a positive demand outlook. The surge in the September PMI not only offsets the decline seen in August, but also signals a stabilization in the manufacturing sector after a challenging period. The upturn suggests a promising outlook, with ABSA highlighting that the interest rate cut could further stimulate local consumer demand. While employment challenges remain, the positive PMI results reflect a recovering manufacturing sector, positioning it for sustained growth moving forward. And now from the African continent, we cast our attention to the Middle East, where we bring you news making the rounds. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. Now to the Middle East. Abu Dhabi state oil giant ADNOC has announced a major acquisition of German chemicals producer Covestro for 15.9 billion euros, including debt. The deal, one of the largest foreign takeovers by a Gulf state, reflects ADNOC's strategic move to diversify beyond oil and gas energy shifts towards sustainability. Covestro's shares rose 4% following the announcement. ADNOC will pay 62 euros per share for Covestro, including 14.7 billion euros and 3 billion euros in debt. To further strengthen the takeover, ADNOC will invest 1.17 billion euros in new Covestro's shares, supporting its funding. This acquisition is part of ADNOC's broader strategy to expand its petrochemicals portfolio alongside its growing gas and renewable energy sectors. Covestro, which was spun off from Bayer in 2015, produces plastics and chemicals for industries such as automotive and construction. This acquisition positions ADNOC to become a key player in the global chemicals market, furthering its goal to reduce reliance on oil revenues. And Solomon Islands, a country located in the southwestern Pacific Ocean, has officially inaugurated its new embassy in Abu Dhabi, marking a significant milestone in diplomatic relations since their establishment in 2010. Prime Minister Manele emphasized that this embassy symbolizes the enduring partnership between the Solomon Islands, a country in the southwest Pacific Ocean known for its biodiversity and cultural richness, and the UAE, bridging the distance between the two nations. During the inauguration, attended by the UAE Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Thani bin Ahmad Al Zayudi, and various dignitaries, Prime Minister Manele highlighted the importance of strengthening cooperation, particularly in labor mobility. Minister Al Zayudi praised the new embassy as a testament to the commitment of both nations to enhance bilateral relations. He also noted that the UAE Pacific Partnership Fund's role in developing renewable energy projects, including a solar power plant in the Solomon Islands, paves the way for transformative infrastructure investment. And now we bring you some sports stories shortly after this. Stay with us. Now to sports. Nigeria will be in Group A alongside host nation Dominican Republic, Ecuador and New Zealand in the 16-nation finals as the delegation of Flamingos departs the shores of Nigeria today for a 2-week training tour in Santo Domingo, capital city of the Dominican Republic, ahead of the commencement of the tournament. The 21 women Flamingos roster for the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup finals in the Dominican Republic includes captain Taiwo Afolabi and forwards Harmony Chidi and Peace Effiong, as listed by head coach Bankole Oluokere. The bronze medalists from the last championship in India dominated their way past Central African Republic, Burkina Faso and Liberia in the continental campaign. During the qualifying series, the clinical Chidi scored 13 of the team's 25 goals, setting a new record. Harmony Chidi for Imo Strikers, Kudirat Arogundade for Green Foot, Ramota Karim for Honey Badgers and Azizat and Aishat Animashan of Niger Ratels are among the players that made the list. And still in sports, Chelsea FC is reportedly interested in signing Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen from Napoli in the January transfer window. Transfer expert Fabrizio Romano confirmed the Blues' interest, suggesting a potential £40 million bid. However, no negotiations are currently underway as Osimhen is currently on loan at Galatasaray, where he has impressed with 2 goals in a 3-3 draw against Kasimpasa. Osimhen's contract with Napoli expires in July 2025, but a €90 million release clause allows him to leave in January, excluding Serie A clubs. This development could impact Chelsea's current striker, Nicholas Jackson, who has impressed in his debut Premier League season. Former Chelsea striker Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank values Jackson at £150 million, citing his potential. Osimhen's prolific record with 76 goals in 133 Napoli appearances makes him an attractive target, and the January transfer window will reveal Chelsea's next move. And still in sports, Samuel Eto'o, the president of the Cameroon Football Federation, has been banned by FIFA from attending all national team matches for 6 months due to misconduct during the Women's Under-20 World Cup. The disciplinary action stems from Eto'o's offensive behavior during Cameroon's round of 16 match against Brazil in September 2024, where Brazil won 3-1 after extra time. FIFA's disciplinary committee cited violations of fair play principles, although further details were not disclosed. Eto'o's ban includes all men's and women's matches, but he retains his role as FECAFOOT president. This isn't Eto'o's first controversy. In July, he was fined $200,000 for an ethics violation involving the brand deal with an online gambling firm. Eto'o, a 4-time African Player of the Year, has also been at odds with the country's sports ministry over coach appointments, further fueling tensions in his tenure as FECAFOOT president. And that's the news on the hour here on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for watching. Up next is SOUQ Pulse. I am David Chiedu. Have a good evening.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistent. Ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and if possible exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo and into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. This is a very beautiful day. And for everyone out there, I want to say thank you very much for being with us all this while. On SOUQ News and also on your program, SOUQ Pulse. Here we talk, and so we will talk. And for everyone that have sent us messages, comments, things you like, things you don't, things you want us to improve on, and those messages that we'll reserve and maybe frame, I want to say thank you very much. Remember, you can always reach us via our social media handles. Just go straight to SOUQ News TV, be it YouTube, be it Facebook, be it on Twitter, X, be it on the fast-moving one, TikTok, and those ones that are very good for the younger ones. Hey, just go ahead, reach us there, send your messages, and we are sure to reply.
Then for the programs you think we should do something to patch, make it faster, make it slower, or get it to a pace that you love, let us also get to know. Today happens to be that particular day where we'll just sit and reflect and thank God for the journey thus far. For every Nigerian, I say, happy independence. So it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter the strata where you work, the sector where you contribute to, where you get your hands dirty and put food on the table. When you say thank you very much. For those that have jackpot, we also want to say thank you very much for sending money back home. And for those also looking forward to doing that. But one thing is sure, there is nowhere like home. That is where the heart is. So wherever you are and you have this Nigerian blood in you, we celebrate you. And we'll always celebrate you. But always remember that no matter how beautiful outside is, we must build where we call home. Charity, they say, leaves the house first. It doesn't just begin at home. So you get beautiful from the house and you go outside. So for every nation having Nigerians doing beautiful things, stand up and salute us. That's where the beauty came from. So for every single one, we will talk on SOUQ Pulse. And today we are going to a sector that employs over 60% of people. Not just employees. Put food on the table of Nigerian families. It keeps the economy running and going and grounding. And we will also be having a guest from that particular sector. So I won't open up this can of beautiful things. So don't think it's going that route. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. I am your regular face on this side of the o'clock when it comes to SOUQ News. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we'll get to talk and talk some more. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ News. This is SOUQ Pulse. This is your program. Let's get it started. Yes, welcome. It's SOUQ Pulse. So for those wondering, don't worry. It's SOUQ Pulse and it happens to be our independence. So you are having that celebration going on and beautiful bright colors in the studio today. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and today we are looking at MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. Yes. So let's break it down. The guy that gets to fix your tire, we're talking about him. The mechanic in Apo, the mechanic in Kaswangwari, the mechanic in any of those mechanic villages across the country. We're talking about him. We're talking about the vulcanizer, the guy that fixes your tire. We're talking about the farmer. Yes. You know them all around. We're talking about the small person that is having one big, small kiosk, big, small supermarket, one manufacturing industry that is not a big conglomerate. We are talking about every trader out there. The people trying to bring their ideas and getting other people involved directly or indirectly. Those are the people we are talking about today. Small, medium, micro businesses across Nigeria. They are the backbone of this economy. And we'll be looking at, okay, what has been the survey? What has been the lifeline? Wow. How have they fared in the last 365 days? We are celebrating 64. What is the survey? And going forward, what can we tweak? There's no better person to talk on this than the president of the Association of Small Business.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Happy Independence and good to be in your studio once again on your program. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, let's get this ball rolling before we decide to hit it. Now, if we look at there's this particular survey that was released sometime in August. It's more of end of the year from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and they picked up the MSMEs, that particular sector, and they were asking, okay, good, how have we fared? Now, we can't take ourselves away from this particular equation because we are all in this sector. So if they do well, we do well. If we are not doing well, we are not doing well. So we can't separate ourselves. It's not possible. So how have we fared? So how have Nigerians fared? Because they are Nigerian. So now, this is the major indices, and we'll take it one after the other. And I want you to talk on this, not just telling us experiences, but also let's just be frank and talk. If we can argue, no problem. But let's be frank so that people out there will know that, yes, this needs to be fixed and this is how far we've gone. They were looking at first issues raised were first decreased demand. Now, decreased demand in products from small, medium scale enterprises. These are things that we're looking at. They're looking at, okay, good, high prices and low customer spending power. That was the first major thing they ruled out and wrote there. A. Now, let's now come back to the business owners. How is this affecting product creation, product selling, and product buying?
All right, thank you. Let me start from where you started. You said we are creating more than 50% of the jobs. I want to say here that we hold 96% of all businesses in Nigeria, the SMEs. But the MSMEs hold 96% of the entire businesses we have in Nigeria, meaning that the Dangote of this world, the MTN and all of that, are just acting in a space of 4%. That gives you the kind of value we have in the economy. At the same time, too, we contribute 48% to the national GDP, and we employ 84% of the workforce, meaning that for every worker in Nigeria, we have 84% of that working with us. The remaining 26% is shared between government and other big corporate organizations, meaning that we are also doing very well in the economy, in igniting and acting as the engine of growth of the economy. Now, coming to your question about lack of demand to the market, lack of market demand. Yes, that's really so. That's one of the major challenges we are facing now. In fact, according to the report you referred to, done by PricewaterhouseCoopers, it states that 40% of businesses have failed because of lack of market demand for their products or for their services. And this is because the consuming power, the buying power of the consumers have reduced drastically. It has reduced drastically because of inflation and other macroeconomic issues that are facing every Nigerian now. So we now sell less than what we used to sell because the demand is not there. And it's really affecting us. You can imagine 40% of businesses failing because of lack of market demand. But then as business owners, we cannot continue to fold our hands and expect just to wait for when it will be better. We are taking our issues right straight on. We are working on how we can begin to also expand our market so that we can have more demand or elsewhere if we cannot have it locally. And that is taking many of us to export. Now, quite a number of MSMEs are already going to export. We're exporting to African countries, particularly the ECOWAS countries. We're also exporting now to the global markets. That makes us more competitive and has been able to also expand our market. We're happy that the African Continental Free Trade Area has become realistic now and it's playing out. Some of our members are also taking advantage of this and exporting to other African countries where they don't need to really pay levies or duties before they cross border. It becomes borderless. So we're doing a lot in cross-border trades, and that is also helping at this time. We're equipping our members with quite a number of technology that will help them to scale up and embrace social media. So we're embracing social media also to sell our products and services across the world so that we can open our market. We're also improving on our standards. We know that for us to be able to compete globally, we need to push up our standards, the standards for our products and our services. And that's exactly what we are also doing at the moment. We also keep building our capacity.
Before we get to several of these initiative that is ongoing to get services better and get this sector, not just the negatives, but make sure that businesses thrive. Because most people might not understand it. When people say businesses thrive, let's bring it back home. The person that steps out from his house in the morning, gets back, does the job, and is able to put food on the table, which affects the next man and affects the next man. Now, let's look at this low customer spending power. Is there a way, because we are still Nigerians, we have to still sell to Nigerians, even if the businesses must survive and have to export to survive. Is there a way whereby we look at being able to also, in a way, I might not understand, cater for the Nigerian market? If we have to reduce the size that they buy per time, or if we have to reduce something, but how can it be done so that even the Nigerian market can also benefit from the services or the products coming from Nigerian manufacturers, Nigerian businesses, even if it's financing on behalf of the buyer?
Yes, we are aware of that, and that is our priority too, to make sure that we perform locally well before going globally. So locally, I must say that we have really saturated quite a lot of markets, quite a lot of hinterlands with our products and services. And for it to be affordable to Nigerians, I must say here that we've reduced our profit margin to the barest minimum, because we want Nigerians to be able to afford it. Inflation is really eating every sector of the economy, and we are not left out. Our inputs, most of it are imported, our equipment are imported. So we are contending heavily with inflation and the high cost of bringing in all of this. But we have decided to cushion the effect by reducing our profit margin. We have also decided to, like you rightly mentioned, to go down to small packages, small sizes. So instead of packaging our products in bigger forms, we have come to the point of packaging them in very smaller sizes that will be affordable to consumers. In fact, we've gone to a point whereby to some bigger malls that sell our products in quantity, we give them some form of credit facility and some form of after sales payment, so that they can also use that to push markets to the local consumers. We are also ensuring that our local consumers have a value for what we buy, even as at that we are contending with very high costs. We still ensure that the quality still remains what it used to be when the going was good, so that Nigerians can get good value for whatever they're buying. We are trusting in God that if the economy improves, because we are hopeful and optimistic that the economy will improve over time, that Nigerians will be able to buy more. So we are also aware that we must continue to remain in the market, so that by the time the dynamics change, we will still be relevant in the market. The minimum wage will soon go live. We also believe that it will empower Nigerians a bit more to buy more and open up more market for us. So we are determined. We are strategically placing ourselves in the market so that we will continue to be relevant. We are aware also that a lot of products are coming to Nigeria as so to speak, dumping them here and are competing very heavily with our products. So we must continue to be innovative to remain in the market, not just remain in the market, to be the market leader, so that other products coming in will not push us out when the situation of the economy improves, because we strongly believe that the economy will improve, or the other way around, we will become creative enough to overcome the challenges of the economy and remain healthy and scaled.
Very much. I like it when there was a line you said before you added a whole lot of knowledge down the line. You said when the going was good. Then you came down and said what you know is that this economy will improve, or we will face the challenges and subdue it. That's good. Now let's also look at the part B of what also came out of that survey from this consulting firm. They were looking at financial constraint, but they were looking at it from 4 angles. Now, primarily, the MSMEs get funds majorly from family, friends, or small loans from banks. Now, one major thing they were looking at is the loans coming from banks, because those that are your angel investors or those close to you, they might not give you interest. They might just, okay, good, go, continue, do well. If you can pay, good. But now that's coming from banks across board. The interest rate is not smiling. And we've seen the central bank do these meetings quarter after quarter, and we see interest rate going high. Are you at any point in time envisaging that this interest rate that is double digits and almost heading to 28 is going to ever come down?
Well, we really don't think so. We don't think so, because in the economy we live, we hardly see fees, prices of goods and commodity, and government billings coming down. It hardly happens here. So we are not really expecting that. Already, although we are really shocked that MPR continues to increase at every sitting, and that to us is anti-business. Yes, it is said that it is done to fight inflation and for other positive outcomes. But if you ask me, these outcomes are not really seen on the street. We are not feeling it in our businesses and in our daily lives. However, like I told you, we have decided to draw a big line between what we have control over and what we do not have control. Some of the things we may not have control over is the interest rate of the banks. So for that reason, we have decided we want to begin to cut down costs as much as possible. So we are employing technology to do our business such that we need less staff now, although that also will result in some form of unemployment. We are also using technology to perform some statutory roles that ordinarily would have been contracted out to other third parties. We're already using technology to serve those roles. We're also using technology to market our product now. So instead of our vehicles moving around the streets of the states, whichever state it is, trying to market our goods, we use technology to now get our market and sell it wherever or whoever we want to sell it to. More importantly is that we are now sourcing for fund outside the country. We have been able to get some sources where we can get funding even at single-digit interest rates. Some of us in the association and in other associations also are now working with even some the non-governmental organization to get grants for our members. So we are looking away now from the bank, the loan from the bank, because the interest rate is actually killing. It is anti-business, and you can hardly see any business that can sustain the kind of interest rate we have today in the bank. So we have decided to help ourselves with international funding, and it is really, really, really giving us a lot of relief. Time will come where we may not begin to need the bank loans. At that time, I'm sure it will be the banks that will be running after us, begging us, and one of our conditions will be that if you want us to play a game with you, you have to drop your interest rate. By the time we begin to preach that to the banks, I'm sure the banks will also go back to CBN and advise them against this arbitrary increase in interest rates. Yes, I'm also sure that now that this is the third or the fourth time that the interest rate is being jacked up, I'm sure that the government will have seen now that arresting inflation is not primarily by increasing interest rates. And I do believe that there will be a hold on increasing interest rates in the next MPR sitting.
If we say there's a decrease, is it going to be 50%? Okay, just that's not a question. Now, let's look at another major challenge the report also brought out. This is a report compiling the last 365 days. Now, they were looking at tax burden for SMEs, and they were looking at, okay, first, multiple taxation from not just government, but agencies that act as government and are not also government. And also looking at that of VAT being paid on the same product on different chains of production or sales. And all this is affecting both the producer and the product and the buyer at the long run. Now, from your own side of it, how do you think government can deal with both the multiple taxation, both from government actors and non-state actors, and the VAT that is collected in different sides on the same chain line?
Yes, we've been able to engage with the Fiscal and Tax Reform Committee headed by Mr. Oyedele quite a number of times, and we've not just spoken our mind and our suggestions, we have also submitted our white paper. And one of the recommendations is that tax just must be harmonized. Tax must be harmonized at all levels, at the federal and subnationals. You will be surprised that the taxes that the local government do charge at times are even more cumbersome and worrisome than that of the federal government. So we have recommended that that has to be more harmonized. That's one. Secondly, is that when we want to pay for tax, it has to be through one window. One window. Whatever tax is expected from an organization should be paid through just one window. When we are supposed to pay all of these taxes and it is combined and it's a particular amount and we pay, the agency in charge will now distribute it according to the different revenue generating agencies that are supposed to be part of that tax. That helps a lot. By that, you'll be able to know the exact tax you should pay as a business owner. We also recommended that human interface should be reduced to the barest minimum when it comes to the payment of taxes, thereby removing all these hoodlums that call themselves tax agents and all of that from the value chain, so that we'll deal directly with technology and pay even in the comfort of our office. We also recommended again that governments should remove as much as they can corruption from the line. Corruption is also one element that is mitigating against small business owners wanting to pay tax. We don't want to pay tax and we know that the value would not be seen or felt in the community or in the country at large. That to us is a big issue. We also recommended again that government should begin to look at being more transparent with tax issues, such that there should be a website whereby all the taxes, every level of strata of businesses should be on a particular website that you can read and get to know what it is. And by the time you have to pay, there should be no hidden charges or no hidden terms and conditions that will make a tax that is written in the website 3,000 to eventually go to 30,000 or 50,000. These are some of the recommendations we have sent to government. But I'm happy that the president has chosen to give a listening ear to some of these recommendations, because the last declaration from the presidency shows that they're actually working on harmonization of taxes because the president has approved it. I'm also happy that in the
there are two other major points they highlighted in the challenges in the last calendar year, their own calendar year. Now, you've spoken to one, that's operational challenges, but this particular one is not just affecting MSMEs, it's affecting everybody. But I want you to look at it from the side of the person in this business, not just in it, but heading it. Now, they're looking at high energy cost. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind is, okay, good. On weekends, I have to go cut my hair and the salon needs to use generator if there is no power. And if there is power, they will pay more than I do because they are in one particular band or the other. Now, how have this cost affected the small businesses by the corners, the ones we don't know, the ones in the market, the person going out every day to grind a living, employ one person, two people, high energy costs, be it from the fuel, be it from the power generation, be it from the grid? To what extent has it affected in the last 365 days?
The impact has been very negative, very negative, because the increment in electricity tariff has been so huge that it is difficult for businesses to absorb. In fact, in some households, as electricity bill now is cumulatively in a year is more than their house rent. You can imagine that. For us in business, it's no good news, and many already are closing shop. Many already are closing shop because of this issue of electricity, because it has really jacked up our cost of doing business. Our cost of doing business has been very high before now. Then adding this electricity tariff to it is enough to break the camel's back. So we have, fortunately, some businesses closing up because of this high tariff, particularly small businesses. There are some businesses, according to the recent research done, that most of the small businesses we have around now has a turnover of less than 50,000 naira monthly. Some of them has less than 300,000 naira monthly as turnover. In fact, 64.5% of small businesses today has less than 50,000 naira as a turnover. And some of these businesses has electricity bill more than 50,000 naira in that month. So you now begin to wonder, how do they survive? How do they survive? So the productivity of many businesses has reduced. You go to some barber's shop now, you see them not operating where there's if there's no electricity, they will not operate because they cannot afford to buy fuel. They just manage with a PHCN. You see them now innovating, also getting for themselves rechargeable clippers to barb and all of that. But some of these cannot be adopted in some form of businesses, and it's so killing. So unfortunately, when all of these costs come up, most of it is being passed to the consumer, the end consumer. And the end consumer is already impoverished. His purchasing power has been eroded. You now begin to wonder what happens. And you go to a hospital now, you see that it is flooded with people in the hospital because many are now suffering from depression. Many are sick because they cannot make ends meet. There's suffering, there's hunger in the land. We are just hopeful that the government will be pathetic enough to feel our heartbeat and see that something just must be done. You cannot say you want to remove subsidy all across board. There's some area of the economy that government must just subsidize, particularly to sustain economy and, more importantly, to sustain the MSME that are playing critical role in that sector.
Okay, we will get to part 2 of this discussion, but when we return, we will be looking at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, because they also have a recap they did for 2023 and 2024, which was also concluded not too long ago. We'll also look at their key points and talk about it. Then we'll now start looking at, okay, good, if this is where we are right now, where can we be? That particular salvation you see in the future, we will get to talk about this some more. We'll go on a very short break. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and my name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and we are live on SOUQ News. We are all about positivities. Today, being our independence, Nigeria's independence, we'll get better, we'll grow bigger, and we will surmount every challenge. Right down that way. Now, we are looking at SMEs. We're looking at MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, we are looking at the report from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and we also be looking at that from Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. That we looked at in the first half. And we have a guest who happens to be our president, the president of Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria. You are shocked? People are wondering, yes, he is our president. So if you are in any form of business, wherever you are, mark present. And we have Dr. Femi Egbeshola in the house. And now we are going to the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSECF. Now they have this recap for the same sector for 2023-2024. So I'll only be looking at the key points that was mentioned out. The first one, they were looking at the federal, they said from their report, the federal government's policies and action exposed MSMEs to numerous challenges and few opportunities in the last 365 days. What do you say to that?
Very, very correct. Very, very correct. We are faced with quite a number of enormous challenges for the past 1 year or so. It has never been this bad in the history of we doing business in Nigeria, particularly those of us in the small business sector. This is a time that we experience the death of most small businesses because the statistics shows that about 20% of small businesses are dead or ailing. That's about 8 million. That's a lot of numbers, and that's no good. We have a situation whereby small business owners are dumping their businesses and embracing mania jobs, embracing Okada riding, Marwa riding. Some have gone back to farm, not to do real farming business, but just subsistence to keep body and soul together. We have small business owners dropping their business to travel to other countries in the name of Japa, just to look for greener pastures because Nigeria is no longer conducive for them to do business. It's really a bad time. But of course, like you did say in the report, some few opportunities are there. In any situation you have to get some opportunities also in it because challenges in itself provide for you certain opportunities. One of the opportunities we've been able to explore this time around is that it has forced us to think outside the box. We have been forced to think outside the box, and we've been able to do things differently. And that's what is keeping us afloat. We are also thankful that the government have been able to preserve the peace and unity of the country. If the country has scattered, because this year alone, today we should be witnessing the second or third protest. That alone can disintegrate some economy or some countries. So we say have unity in the country, we say have peace that we can operate our business within, and to us that is a good enough for us to operate because we cannot do business in a situation or economy that is not peaceful. We have embraced a lot of newer ways, better ways of doing businesses that is expected to bring certain outcomes in very short time that will help us be able to do more business in an innovative and creative way to bring us more profit. But for now,
can I let me add this? Let me add this because I want this to be part of your thoughts that you are dishing out right now. Now, from that particular first key point that they raised from their own recap, emphasis on federal government policies. I reading through that recap, I had to stammer a bit. I didn't see Lagos state policies too. Do you think we should also see Lagos state policies affect?
The kind of government we operate here is such that the federal government always sets the tone and dictates the music. You see that all state policies are always in tandem with federal government policies. And major policies, major economic and fiscal policies come from government. When it comes to floating of the naira, there's nothing any state can do about floating of the naira. When it comes to a hike in electricity tariff, there's nothing any state can do about it. When it comes to raising up the pump price of fuel, there's nothing the state can do about it. When it comes to the introduction of new taxes, there's nothing the state government can do about it. So more or less everybody looks up to the center. And if you look at policies also, when it is to be domesticated locally, you see them having 70, 80, 90% of the federal government content in the local content that is domesticated in the different states. And that's the challenge we have. In some climate, many states are independent. They can decide to shape their destiny the way they feel will be good for their citizens in that particular state. We have not gotten there, but we will get there. I must also use this opportunity to appraise and say thank you to the Lagos state government. My appraisal about them is that they've been doing wonderfully well in supporting MSMEs in that state. And the reason for thanking them is because some of these things they've done that seems so very, very small is yielding big fruit, yielding real big fruit, because while many businesses are dying in other states, businesses are growing and scaling up in Lagos state. And they are also good for it because when businesses grow, the state will also be able to get more revenue in the form of taxes and other levies. So it's a symbiotic thing. I also wish that other states can emulate the Lagos state to be able to, while they cannot really reshape policies, but provide intervention and cushioning effect, soft landing policies that will help to cushion whatever is coming from the center. I think that is key if the state government really want to sustain the MSMEs in their states.
Okay, thank you very much for that tick mark. Now, the second part of that recap that they also gave was this. They said increasing cost of capital and inflation remain a major challenge for SMEs. Now, you've talked about that, both from the survey from PwC and that from LSETF. Then you also talked about the MSMEs should embrace inexpensive capital, skill, and access to information for leverage. But now they were talking about, okay, good, come to us and things will work. To what extent are businesses coming to LSETF and things are working?
Well, going by the meager budgets they have, because I am privy to some of their back-end information, going by the meager budgets and resources they have, I think they are doing wonderfully. Because every year they give out grants to thousands of people. The last grants went to as far as 6,000 beneficiaries. These are money you don't pay back. You don't see government doing that. The grant government did recently was giving 50,000 naira to small business. You now wonder what would 50,000. But this Lagos State government give grant even as much as 5 million naira to just an enterprise. That is a good one in the right direction. And the number of loans.
Sorry to cut you. When you give a businessman or a businesswoman 5 million, do you follow up?
Of course. Following up is in two ways. First, the LSETF also have their own mechanism for monitoring and evaluating whatever fund they give out. They have business service support providers attached to beneficiaries of their fund that continue to monitor the beneficiary from A to Z of the life. They also put us in their negative light. It is our responsibility to ensure that funds are used for the right and intended purpose and are paid back if it is a loan. And that's exactly what we are doing. I must tell you right here and now that today's business owners are paying back loans very well. If you look at the records of LSETF and even many of the bank records now, you will discover that we have come to develop that culture of borrowing and repaying back. One of the reasons for this is that our capacities have been built to a point where we can manage our business better. We now have more information, more skill to be able to run business better. And for that reason, we're able to run our business in such a way that we can pay back loans. And that's why you see the debt profile of the banks dropping now by the day, because we are already imbibing that culture. And I am sure that in no distant time, you will discover that some banks or most banks will not need collateral to borrow out again, because integrity will come before collateral. And that's already what we are building as an association and as all actors in the MSME ecospace.
I want you to speak to this. Now, according to the PricewaterhouseCoopers report, they said, and they've put this out there, that there is a $32.2 billion financing gap faced by MSMEs. Is this something that is very relevant? Or is the figure too high, too low, or is just out there?
I will say that figure is conservative, because the gap we have is much more than that. Far much more than that. There's a lot of finance gap in the MSME sector. And why this is the reason is because the financial institutions that are supposed to be advancing funds for MSMEs are not really interested, so to speak, in MSMEs. They are willing to give out their funds to borrow to governments, to buy stocks, to give to bigger organizations and all of that, at the detriment of the MSMEs. And the gap will continue to build up if government does not intervene. There was a policy some time ago that says that 5% of all bank profit must be put back to support MSMEs. This is on paper, but in the reality, it has not been playing out. We need the government to come up and enforce this policy so that banks will be more responsible to their oversight function. And one of it is supporting MSMEs to grow and by advancing them funds. We are also creating other platforms to support ourselves when it comes to financing so that we can bridge this gap. One of it is that we are now launching what is called an SME microfinance bank that is being spearheaded by Smidan to be able to advance funds better for MSMEs. We're also launching the SME bank itself. The first one I mentioned is SME Microfinance Bank. Then the next one is the SME Commercial Bank that will focus primarily on MSMEs. And when this is up, we are sure that it will also help to reduce the finance gap. I must say also that quite a lot of development partners are dropping a lot of funds to support MSMEs. A lot of funds is coming into this economy to support MSMEs. But unfortunately, many of these funds, for one reason or the other, do not get to the real MSMEs that are supposed to have the fund. And that's where we have the pains. But we are sure that in no distant time, we will be able to help ourselves by making sure that these two banks operate, because we are already there as a critical stakeholder, both as the SME Microfinance Bank and the SME Commercial Bank. That is all the way. Hopefully, the SME Microfinance Bank should kick off in November this year. That is next month, or worst case December this year. While the commercial bank should come up in the first quarter of next year. I'm sure it will be a veritable platform for international organizations who now put fund, drop there to support MSMEs and close some of this finance gap for MSMEs that we have at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. That is a whole lot of very good information coming out there. So for everyone watching this program for today, or will get to watch it later, just pick up your diary and write it down. There is solution and light. There is no tunnel now. There's just light down the line. Don't give up. Now, when we were talking about financing, we had these headlines that I'll just take two. There are several of them. I'll read them out, then I'll ask you directly, like personally, some personal questions. Now, this was in January. This was in January. From December, headline, Federal Government Bank of Industry to disburse 75 billion loans at 9% interest in January. In April, 200 billion intervention fund for MSMEs. I want to stop here because the headlines are much. You see a whole lot of them. We compiled a lot of them. Now, in the last 365 days, we've seen these headlines all over the place, and they came from government quarters. So, how these funds were they accessed?
Well, very sincerely and honestly, SMEs are unable to access most of these funds, and that's unfortunate. The funds most times are disbursed, but the question is to who? Most times, some of these funds are disbursed to very big organizations that we call large companies. You can see giving maybe half of that fund to just one organization. One organization is enough to take 50 billion out of the 75 billion you mentioned. And unfortunately, most of these development banks prefer giving this kind of fund to bigger organizations on the plate that they will pay back on time, and they are sure that they have the structure to pay back, and the detriment of millions of MSMEs that are supposed to benefit from it. So we have not been accessing many of this intervention fund coming from development banks like Bank of Industry, Development Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Agriculture, Nigerian Import and Export Bank, and all of that. And that has been a big challenge for us. We've been advocating time and again that when intervention fund must be done by government, critical stakeholders must be part of the creation, implementation, and monitoring of those disbursement of the fund, so that it will be transparent and the real business owners will be able to have it. Most times, it is political business owners that have this fund at the detriment of the real business owners, and this has to stop. That's why we will continue to advocate, and I'm happy that you're also creating a platform for us through your TV station to advocate that this just must stop. We must not continue to hear about billions and trillions in the pages of newspapers going to MSMEs, and the predicament of MSMEs are getting worse. What a mismatch.
What a mismatch. Those were words that should ring in our heads on the continuum. I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse, and once again, I want to say happy independence. One thing I like is your positive, not just the nature, but your positive outlook, and you just look at tomorrow and say business will do well. the economy will do well, Nigeria will do well. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for always being there for us, particularly in the MSME sector. We believe that Nigeria will be better. We are seeing it, and we'll do all we can to put our hands on deck to make it better. And we also believe that things can never go this way. One day, the light will always be at the end of the tunnel, and we'll be all together to celebrate it, perhaps at the 65th happy independence of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. To everyone out there, remember, this is our independence, and we have to be the difference. We have to be that change we seek. So it doesn't matter what we are going through today. It's challenging, definitely, but we'll rise up to it. And we will do better. We will work harder. We will work smarter. And we will talk. And we will also point our hands and ask people to be accountable for assignments and responsibilities given to them. This is SOUQ Pulse, and you know we love you. This is SOUQ News, and you know for sure that we love you. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful evening and celebrate in peace. Remember, love your neighbor. Don't send him out. My name is SOUQ John Rogers SOUQ. On behalf of every one of us and the crew producing this beautiful work of art, have yourself a beautiful celebration. Bye.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.